Hi, everybody. I hope that you are all doing well. Um, I'm tired. I'm so weary and so tired. Um, with this trial has been the most exciting thing that we've seen in I don't even know how long. And it just so happened that I'm just in this crazy period of time where I have there's so much responsibility. There's so much going on right now in my own professional life and whatnot. So I'm really heartbroken that I've been this busy, on a week where things were so interesting. So I have typically been getting home, I guess, Monday and Tuesday night, both, I got home like at 10 o'clock. So I'm weary, I'm tired, but I decided I want to watch all of Dr. Hughes' direct examination and cross examination. And it'll be much faster because we can kind of like rush through it. Thank you, Cinnamon Hot Hot. You are awesome. Appreciate that so much. Okay. And I feel like I've been neglectful of my channel, and it's not my intent, but look, when you got to pay the bills, right? You got to work and got to do your thing. So I'm very sorry about that. So all of that being said, we're going to go ahead and jump in. So Dr. Hughes, she has been nicknamed Dr. Huge because, well, a lot of people seem to think that she's not being truthful, that she wasn't honest on the witness stand about the forensic evaluation that she did. I'm not willing to say that she's not honest, but what I will say is that some of the instruments we wouldn't even really call instruments, because they're these little small self-report kind of measures that don't give you any kind of real statistical awareness for where her symptoms may stand, or statistically if there's been any improvement in her functioning or in her mood, or her clarity of thought. So really, she gave the PAI, she gave the CAPS, but she gave it completely wrong. In fact, I can't even wrap my mind around why she thought it would even be appropriate to give it in, 2019, over something that happened like in 2012, 2013. So for our instruments that we use, those that can that have good, rigorous research, norming, validity tests, that are really well researched, and they're solid, and we know that they reflect what they're supposed to reflect, that they can, hopefully predict what they're supposed to predict, things like that. It takes a lot of work to take an instrument and break it down to as few questions as possible, but still those questions will be the one that provide the greatest breadth and depth of information possible. And that if you give that questionnaire to a 20-year-old in California, a 20-year-old in Louisiana, and a 20-year-old in Maine, that it's going to carry the same significance for each of those. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of statistical piloting the instrument, getting thousands of people to take it, thousands of scoring and norming. And so, those tests are expensive to purchase and to administer. So it's a big deal to commit your resources to really any type of full psychological evaluation. For autism, I think, you can count on low end will be maybe 1,800 to 2,000 would be a low end for a psych eval, where autism would be the question. And high end, I've seen some people charge up to 6,000. Highly unethical in my opinion, but I've seen it. So for a forensic evaluation, I was very close. I guess 600 an hour. She admitted to taking 500 an hour. However, rather than doing the standard 16, 17 hours of direct face-to-face contact, she did 29. Now, let me put that in perspective for you guys. If you're going to have 29 face-to-face hours with a person that you are evaluating, you're doing a full battery of testing. You're gathering as much historical and anecdotal evidence and data points as possible. And then you're writing an integrative report. These integrative reports end up looking like books. I mean, they're 25 pages typed is not unusual. I was trying to think what my longest one has ever been. Maybe 48 pages. I remember, well, that's beside the point. Anyway, I had one that was like 48 pages. So we're talking about an enormous amount of work. So if I'm going to have somebody in front of me for 30 hours, and I've never heard of that, I'm telling you straight up, never heard of a 30-hour forensic evaluation. Not even like in the case of a murder suspect. 30 hours face-to-face is enormous. So, but what we would say is, for every hour you're face-to-face, you can depend on 2 or 3 hours working on collecting documents, evaluating documents, assessing and analyzing the information gathered from the instruments that you've used, and then ultimately writing your report. So if she did, let's round it to 30 hours face-to-face, at a bare minimum, the lowest chance, she put 90 hours, 90 billable hours in on just Amber Heard. So 90 billable hours times $500 an hour. How much money did she make, y'all? Did she make bank? Yes. Big money, right? I was blown away. I just couldn't believe it when she said 29 hours. I was thinking maybe 600 an hour because it was New York. Typically in this area, people get around 400, 450. I was thinking 600, but she said she took 500. She does have offices on Madison Avenue. Very expensive, but yeah, for that kind of money, what can you say? So I don't know if she's worth it. We're going to listen and see. So we'll go ahead and get started. And I'm not going to call out, everybody and do a roll call and whatnot. Yeah, I think the doctor may be a fangirl, Kathy. I can't imagine being a fangirl of Amber Heard. What are you going to be a fan of? Have you watched any of the stuff that she's acted in? She's a beautiful girl. There's no doubt. She is gorgeous. But her acting is not really, she doesn't really, she can't really put you there in the story. She lacks authenticity or something. So when you watch her act, it's a bit, it's a bit juvenile kind of, and to be fair, most of her roles have really been capitalizing on her appearance. they haven't really been big roles. Marilyn Monroe, she's kind of she's a really interesting study. A lot of PhD programs will use Marilyn Monroe. Janis Joplin will use Marilyn Monroe as a topic for learning to analyze a person, because she's so complicated, but she kind of got a raw deal. She grew up in a time where women really were objects, and she was a natural beauty, a lot like Britney Spears. She was a natural beauty, and they took her and did plastic surgery, and really made her age far quicker than she should have. And she was really just turned into a sex symbol, and she was not really taken seriously as an actress. Truth of the matter is, she was actually a great actress. She was very good. And so she was cheated. This deal with Amber Heard, it's not that same story. She is beautiful. There is no question about it. And I suspect she's probably fairly intelligent, even like on high average, maybe even higher. But there's something about when she's acting, you can feel it. You can see the acting. So she's just, it's just not, there. But she's gorgeous. They can use that right now while she's young, and hopefully she takes that and moves it into a business, venture or something. So anyway, all that aside, I'm going to get started on this. I hope I don't get angry. But we'll listen, see what they say. Look, she's already come out, where I'm starting the video. Dr. Hughes has already come out and said that she did not do therapy with Amber Heard. She does not see her for anything. She only did the forensic evaluation, because I had heard on Legal Bites, Alita said that she thought that Dr. Hughes had said that she went on and saw Amber for therapy. And I was horrified, because I said, oh my God, no, that's so unethical. That would never, a professional psychologist would not put themselves in that, situation. So, but that's not the case. She did say at the beginning of her testimony, she has no other relationship with Amber Heard except for the forensic evaluation. All right, so let's get started. And this one, I think if I do it this way, I'm going to take my picture off of there because I'm tired. Okay, now then, so that is what we're working on. Make sure law and order is covered up. Okay, let's go. Are we going to go?
Multi-hypothesis driven.
There we go.
Methodology, which means I look at a variety of different documents and data using multiple hypotheses. It's not just one hypothesis, one theory of the case. You're going in looking to see, what possibly could be going on here. And then you use the data to arrive at that opinion. You look for consistency across the data to arrive at that opinion.
And the truth
and
is,
psychological evaluation has many parts. It
True.
has the clinical interview part, a structured or semi-structured clinical interview where I'm asking Ms. Heard lots of things about her life.
And that can take
Mr. Depp
2 to 6 hours.
It involves a psychological testing component of the evaluation, which allows me to do a good broad scan of different symptomatologies that people might have in their lives, as well as to have indicators of how she approached the test. Is she defensive? Is she malingering? Is she feigning? Is she exaggerating? It gives me indications.
Oh my God, right off the bat, I disagree with her.
I review a number
Oh my God.
medical records.
Just for the record, psychologist, psychiatrist, we cannot read your mind. We are not omniscient. We are not white witches or black witches. We don't have any witchcraft power at all. We can't foresee the future, none of that. So the fact that she's saying, we do a clinical interview, then we can see how someone's going to approach the test, if they're going to be malingering or feigning. we have very specific instruments that are highly normed. We have very specific instruments that we use to test for malingering, feigning, over presenting. If you're doing a forensic eval, you give at least 2 malingering instruments, at least.
Logical records, the text, the audio, all the different things that we've had in this case. And then I conduct collateral interviews.
Thank you, BBT.
So, Dr. Hughes,
Fortune teller to,
do
from
you
one fortune teller to
assume
the other. There you
everything,
go. Thank you so much,
particular reports
BBT.
through when you conduct these examinations?
No, of course not. I always approach a forensic evaluation with a healthy dose of skepticism. With any forensic evaluation, there exists a motivation that the individual may be telling you something that is not accurate. It doesn't
Oh,
mean
you
that
think?
that's there, but you have to control for that and know that you're looking for, again, what does the data tell you, the external data, about what the person is also telling you.
Did the forensic evaluation follow a standard methodology, or was it specific to Ms. Heard?
No, this is my standard methodology that I would use with any individual who's in a forensic matter. And
She
I
has a
call
huge
to
forensic
evaluate them.
practice in New York City.
When did you meet with Amber Heard?
Okay, so I met with
She had
Ms.
done
Heard,
multiple
for a total of
evaluations
about
for
29 hours.
this
I met with her for the first time in
defense
September
team.
2019. I saw her for 4 visits in live in my New York City office. That's about 21, 22 hours. And then I saw her twice over Zoom. One was in January 2021, and
So she saw Amber Heard 4 days, 5 hours each day. So she just I'm blown away by that. I'm blown away by that. That is amazing. I can't even imagine what they were doing. Like, what in the hell were they
One
doing
simple
all
but
that
brilliant trick
time?
to cool your home in 90 seconds.
So weird.
Tired of hot and stuffy rooms?
Very, very strange. We're going to magically rush forward.
their life patterns, things that have affected them in their lives. You know, some of the statements that were made by Mr. Depp through his attorney that are part of this, the counterclaim in this lawsuit.
At the end of that process, considering all the
She
data,
kind of scares me.
did you arrive at any expert opinions?
Yes, I did.
All right, I'd like to start with your main expert opinions and then go through those. Can you please tell the jury what your main opinions were?
So like I said, there are opinions embedded within them, but the main opinion is that Ms. Heard's report of intimate partner violence and the records that I reviewed is consistent with what we know in the field about intimate partner violence, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors.
So is she talking about Amber Heard
What was the
against
other,
Johnny Depp?
Main opinion that you had?
The second main opinion was that that Ms. Heard demonstrated very clear psychological and traumatic effects or the exacerbation of trauma from those statements that Mr. Depp made through his attorney. There were 3 statements that we evaluated to see how they affected her emotionally and psychologically. And it was my determination that they did.
And did you arrive at any diagnostic conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Heard with post-traumatic stress disorder.
And what, if any, etiology was associated with the post-traumatic stress disorder?
So the etiology is the cause. In order to meet criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder, you have to have an actual cause. It's one of the few diagnostic entities that we have to have a cause for. And the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. That was what was pushing the symptoms. That was what's related to the intrusive phenomena. That was related to her avoidance. That was related to her differences in her mood. That was related to her avoidance efforts. So it was the cause was the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp.
Avoidance, 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 right? Did that woman look to be avoiding Johnny Depp today when she was on the stand? truthfully. I'm not being snarky. I have the potential to be snarky. But right now, I'm just asking a really serious question. As you watched her on the stand, as she told her story about life with Johnny, did you get the impression that seeing him was triggering her to be back in the moment of abuse? Because that is what PTSD is saying. What she's describing to you as PTSD, that you experience a trigger. That trigger takes you directly back to that trauma moment where you either experienced a life ending event, or you witnessed a potential life ending event, right? And you go, when you're triggered, your brain, that memory sector, fires up immediately, and with no higher order thought or logic, you're instantly put back in that moment where you're kind of face to face with death or potential death. And what ends up happening is you're having all the same sensations as you did in that moment where you experienced this potential life-ending trauma. Some people experience it so deeply that they act it out before they can kind of like reorient and realize they're safe. And some people, it's so, the trigger event is so serious and so profound that they will actually dissociate, and they will be back in that moment. When they look around the room they're in, they'll actually see what happened, 3 years ago or 5 years ago or 20 years ago, right? So when they talk about avoidance, the avoidance is they're avoiding something dangerous, right? They don't want to experience a trigger that's going to throw them into this highly agitated state where sensory and perceptually they're overwhelmed by memories of the lucid memory, like back in the moment of their trauma, and they're experiencing all the same emotions and feelings. And some people report having this, they can smell the room, they can smell the burning car. I've seen people in a bed, a hospital bed, that would become triggered by something, and all of a sudden they would be kicking their feet, and you would try to reorient them. You give them orientation comments like, today is Friday, it's 3:00 in the afternoon, because you're trying to pull them back into that hospital, back into the room with you. And then you can begin to, they'll say, I'm on fire, it's burning, and they're kicking, their blood pressure shoots up, their heart rate shoots up, they're sweating, they're fighting to try to get out of the bed. And as you get them back down, some of them, medication is, what is required to start the process of them kind of attending to the immediacy of the environment. And then once they begin to make contact and realize they're safe, then the higher order thought can come back in, and then they're like, oh, I see that now. And then they just weep and they cry, and they're just overwrought, overwhelmed. And they'll say, is this ever going to quit happening to me? Is this going to happen to me the rest of my life? And my answer is no. We're going to work hard until these moments don't happen anymore, But that just gives you a really good example. When somebody's given a diagnosis of PTSD, please have the respect for that condition. That is a clinical condition. People that are diagnosed with PTSD, they're not a little nervous. You know what I mean? They're not like, oh, just such a nervous day today. I still don't know if I can cope. No. They're significantly impacted, and they need help, and they need support. It takes a lot of education takes a lot of behavioral interventions. These people work very hard to get past PTSD and all of the accompanying, conditions that can go with it. So frankly, as someone who works with people badly traumatized, this is just fairly horrific for me to listen to. After seeing her on the stand today, it was like she thought she was in a Disney movie and she's the princess and she's telling you all about how she met her prince, right? She was looking at him. She was smiling and with all the nice memories. And I'm sitting here going, hold on a minute. That's your monster. That's your monster sitting right in front of you. You're confronted with the monster that has created this intense clinical condition where all you can think of is, I have to save myself from certain death, or I have to save somebody else from certain death. And you've got butterflies and little bluebirds singing around your head as you tell the story of your love. Dr. Hughes, how are you going to explain this? That's what went through my mind. Dr. Hughes, you're the one that put your license on the line and said, this girl's got PTSD. Where is it?
Now, let's first go back to the forensic evaluation. You mentioned you reviewed documents. What documents did you review?
So I'm going to refer to my list of documents so that I can be clear for you all. It is a 4-page.
All right.
I'm horrified. Let me explain something. Let me tell you why I'm horrified. I'm horrified because she spent 29 hours with this woman. Remember what I said? You can figure 3 hours for every 1 hour of face-to-face time. You not only analyze, you score your instruments, you analyze the results, and then you have to take all of the different results from all of the different instruments that you gave, and you have to put them together into a cohesive story and put it in a report that's like the length of a book.
This revolutionary tooth cleaner is saving users from
Hold
expensive
on.
and painful surgery. It removes tartar.
So you're going to tell me that this woman doesn't know the instruments that she gave after 100 hours of working on that integrative report?
Dr. Hughes.
Bull
Oy.
S.
My
Bull
apologies.
grumpy.
I
No.
think it's the confusion of having her in the courtroom.
I'm absolutely
Dr.
flabbergasted
Hughes,
that she needed a list to know what
if you need to
instruments
consult
she
your
gave this
notes
woman.
to answer
I'm-
something, let
that's
us know that
absurd.
You need to consult your notes. Otherwise, try to answer to the best of your ability. And then if you need to do that, just let us know you're consulting your notes, okay? The concern is that you not read from them, that you consult them as you need to, okay?
Correct. I just don't want this to be a memory test of having conducted many documents, 80 pages of notes,
But you
and 12
can-
psychological testings to,
You can reference your notes, just don't read from them, okay?
yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Okay, great. So please tell us what documents you reviewed. Please tell the jury.
Okay, so I reviewed a number of documents, a plethora of documents, most, and I obviously won't read them all, but I reviewed certainly all of Ms. Heard's testimony that she gave.
If your
her deposition
documents,
testimony,
if
her
your
deposition
instruments
testimony in this case, her
are
deposition,
well
her
normed,
trial testimony in the UK
if they have
case,
good
I did the
reputation,
same thing for
you
Mr.
don't
Depp. I
need
reviewed
a
his deposition
plethora.
testimony as well as his trial testimony in the UK as well. I reviewed a number of the depositions that were put forth in this case. I reviewed the psychological treatment notes for Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, Dr. Laurel Anderson, and Dr. Amy Banks, although she did not have treatment records. So I reviewed not only their records, did collateral interviews with some of them, and also read their deposition testimony, and also read
So
some of the
far,
medical records in this
nothing.
case.
So far,
nursing
she's
notes,
just
in this case.
Reading reports. That's crazy.
In the highlights. And I also
What are your
listened to,
instruments, lady?
the audios that were put forth in this case and read the text messages and emails.
Okay, what are your instruments?
What, if anything, did you do with respect to any videos?
And I also saw the video in the kitchen.
What are your instruments?
Now, the collateral interviews that. you
What are your
conducted, Why
instruments?
did you conduct those?
Well, collateral interviews is a standard part of a forensic evaluation. It's
Okay,
an
that's
opportunity to
bullshit.
hear from another treating clinician, the person who's actually treating the individual you're.
You mentioned the name Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Please tell the jury who Dr. Bonnie Jacobs is.
So Dr. Bonnie Jacobs was Miss Heard's therapist, and may I refresh my recollection with my notes, Your Honor?
She's allowed to
For the
consult the
dates,
notes.
if you'd like me to tell
Oh,
the dates.
my.
If she's asking me a question,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
gonna
you're,
answer.
you're right, Your Honor. Yes.
May I?
Yes, you may consult your notes, yes.
God.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh man. So, okay, so look at them laughing. I mean, I get why they're laughing. Oh my gosh. You know what it looks like? Oh, why would she do that? Either she didn't write the report. In that case, why'd she sign her name to it? Collect $45,000.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So she treated with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, who is a psychologist, from October 2011 through August 2014. She actually was seeing Dr. Jacobs somewhat earlier before she got in the relationship with Mr. Depp. And then she transferred care to Dr. Connell Cohen, who was referred by Dr. Kipper, who was the treating physician for Mr. Depp, and then later for Miss Heard. And she treated with Dr. Cohen from after she left Dr. Bonnie Jacobs in September 2014 to June 7th, 2016.
Yeah, because of the alcohol and drug abuse.
And so and I guess you got ahead of me there. So you also talked to Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also spoke with Paige Heard, did you say?
That's correct.
And who is Paige Heard?
Paige Heard is
the
Amber
mother.
Heard's mother.
And when did you speak with?
Oh, completely
Paige
Nancy
Heard?
Drew. Yeah.
I spoke with all of these individuals at the end of 2019. Again, I can check my notes and let you know the exact date if you'd like.
I think the end of the.
Yeah, they all were in the end of
God.
19, yes.
All right. And you had.
You
You
wrote
know
a
that
book
Paige
on the
Heard
lady.
is
I
involved
think
with
you
that.
know the dates,
Yes,
woman.
I am aware, sadly.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the psychological testing.
It is wow,
You stated
Angel.
that you
It's
conducted
crazy.
Psychological testing, is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you
Overruled all of
please tell the jury how many psychological assessments you administered?
Yeah. BBT,
I
listen to
administered
this.
12.
Can you please tell the jury which
The
ones you
Beck.
administered?
She administered the Beck.
So I am going to refer to my designation that has the list so that I don't forget anything.
God. Oh my God. I can't believe it. She did the PAI, the CAPS
So I
5,
administered,
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
the BB,
Can
the-
refresh her recollection.
the Beck,
As long as she's not
depression inventory,
Right, you
anxiety
just can't
inventory,
read.
and
That's- you're
suicide
not supposed to
scale.
read from it, but you can refresh your recollection as you're speaking.
so I can
the
look and just look
trauma-
up, and that's refreshing my recollection.
She said she's testified
Like
50
the
times. Why
procurement.
doesn't she know how to do it?
Should the
Man.
Nixon administration be afraid of you?
I think you know the answer to that.
Gosh. I hope you're embarrassed, lady. You know, there's a name for people like you. She don't care though, because she's making that money. Making that money, honey. Cheeseburger money, honey. I wonder what they're whispering about. You got to wonder if she's got a script,
The tests that you administered.
what they wanted her to
Yes, I can.
say. That, man,
I
that would be,
administered the
she'd lose her
personality
license over
assessment
that.
inventory, which is a broadband instrument to scan for psychopathology and psychological symptoms that people have.
Yeah, so
I administered
PAI
the
is
trauma
good.
Symptom inventory too, which is an instrument to scan for common traumatic effects that people have. I administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, which is a measure of malingering. I administered the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist for the 5th edition for the
Yeah,
DSM-5.
19 out
I
of
administered
20.
the clinician administered PTSD scale for DSM-5. I administered the Beck Depression Inventory, the Beck Anxiety Inventory, the Mood Disorders Questionnaire, the danger, I did 3 intimate partner violence measures, the conflict tactic scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
One of
And I
those
also did
instruments
the
has
life
3
events
questions on
checklist,
it.
which, scans and
It's
gets us to
not
ask about a
normed.
lot of traumatic
It's just
events
a
that an
report. It's
individual may
just a
have experienced,
question to
and we
answer.
administer that typically before either doing the PCL or doing the CAPS.
It's an
Thank you.
abomination.
Were there any tests you administered to Amber Heard that were designed to reveal malingering or feigning?
Yes, there were.
Okay, can you please tell the jury about those?
So malingering
I agree, Callie.
is the false production of psychological symptomatology for the purpose of some external material gain. Feigning is the false production of psychological symptomatology with no identification of what that gain may be. So basically feigning is saying your mental health is worse than it actually is.
Or saying it's
So
better
I
than it
administered,
is.
3 of the tests had validity indices built in that could allow us to address that question. The MFAS, the Miller Assessment, a Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, is a specific malingering instrument. It looks at malingering psychopathology. Is this someone, malingering psychopathology? She scored a 0 on that scale.
The PTSD checklist. Yes, ma'am.
That test. So on that test, there was no evidence of malingering. On the TSI, there are 2 validity.
The TSI 2
indices,
is a
and
good
scored
measure.
within the normal range on those scores as well. One was slightly elevated, but when in testing the limits, because it has rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms, I determined that also was a valid measure. And then finally, the PAI, the large scale 344 question instrument, has very robust validity scales on it to test for exaggeration or feigning or malingering. And she did not score in any of those scores and those scales at all. Those were not elevated. So the combined results between those 3 tests suggest to me that Ms. Heard is not malingering her psychological symptomatology.
Now, Dr. Curry,
But she didn't do any testing on defensiveness. So her MMPI 2, she had a plus 65. We don't know exactly how elevated, but it was higher than 65 on the defensiveness scale. So her K correction brought all of her lower scales up. So for her PAI, where she said, "Oh no, all is well, no problems at all," that's one of the weaknesses with the PAI is that they don't have the K correction for a defense, a subdued profile. So yeah, so she kind of, how is she getting around that? Let me think about that.
testified that one test showed, quote, intentional exaggeration in the 98th percentile.
She's not exaggerating. She's doing the exact opposite. She's saying nothing's wrong with me.
Why?
Because that test, the scale that she is referring to is it's called ATR. It's the atypical response scale. As I said, that combines rare symptoms and over-endorsed symptoms. It's very frequently elevated
That's
in
not
people
true.
who have high levels of distress. And then importantly, on this test specifically, it says, do not use the percentile rank. It is in the manual, it is in italices, because the way that this test was normed, it was normed on people who have trauma. So it's what we call negatively skewed. That means it falls on the tail end of the continuum. It is not a normal curve where we would normally think of how a percentile would work. So you would not use the percentile rank on this test.
One simple but brilliant trick to cool your home in 90 seconds. Tired of hot and
You want to approach?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You know, any of you guys that have a you know, a clinical background, if you go through your DSM criteria for any of the personality disorders,
Dr. Hughes, please continue.
how do you not give her a personality
So that is a very inaccurate way to
problem?
describe that scale. and
She's
that
lying,
test.
dropping out of school
and
when
so
she's
the APR
16 years
scale on the
old,
test is
lying about her
structured the
age,
least
so she
robust
get into
of
a
the
movie where
scales,
she
so
takes
you
her
would
shirt
never make
off.
a comment like that. based
She's
on
using
one
drugs
scale.
and
You
drinking
don't
by the
have
time she's
consistency
16,
across data.
17 years old.
And when you look at the consistency
What more of a
across the testing,
long-standing
with
pattern
the
of behavior
PAI,
can
the
you have?
PSI, and the MFAS, and there's research to support that when they go together, you have a higher degree of likelihood that this is not feigned PTSD, that this is not feigned symptomatology. And then actually, if I look at the validity scores on the MMPI-2 that Dr. Curry administered, those scales are not elevated for exaggeration or malingering either.
You know what?
So
You
if I
just
add that, now I
failed
have
basic.
really robust data that Ms. Heard is not malingering or feigning her psychological symptomatology.
Okay.
Thank you.
In
Did you
every
administer
textbook that I have ever seen on how to administer, score, and interpret the MMPI-2, they all say the same thing. If you've got a defensiveness scale that is higher than 65, then the rest of the profile will be lower than what the true symptomology is. That is why there is a K correction. The K correction corrects all of the clinical scores, and that will give you a new significance level. So she's completely wrong about that. That's just completely wrong. And she knows better. She has to know better. So does that mean that she's unethical, that she's not telling the truth on the stand? I don't know.
any tests that are specific to domestic violence?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
So that was the conflict tactic scale, the abusive behavior observation checklist, and the danger assessment scale.
And what did they show?
Would like to refer to the testing
To refresh
to
your
refresh my
recollection?
recollection, just a glance so I
Yes,
can
you may
be
do that.
clear.
To refresh her recollection. Who really wrote that test, Ms. Dr. Hughes? Not test, but report.
So
Where
what
did that
the,
report originate
overall
from?
gist of the testing was that, and the benefit of these tests is that they allow me to ask for what Mr. Depp did to Ms. Heard, and then also what Ms. Heard did to Mr. Depp. So it was asking about both sets of behavior. And what the-
Objection, Your Honor. We're back to reading.
I know.
She wasn't even looking down. She was looking at the jury.
That's not true, Ellen, Eileen,
Please. continue.
Dorothy.
So what these tests show was that there was a high degree of serious violence.
No,
perpetrated,
BBT, I haven't
by
heard
Mr.
it,
Depp
you know.
toward Ms. Heard. There was violence.
She was
more on the
elevated.
mild level perpetrated by Ms. Heard toward Mr. Depp, with one severe indicator, which was the punching that she indicated to me. There were scales about negotiation, about how much this couple tries to figure out their problems. They both scored, again, this is Ms. Heard reporting that, but they both scored in the high range where they're both
Diane,
saying,
that's funny.
yes, we're trying to figure this out. We're trying to work out this relationship. There were scores on the psychological aggression scale where Mr. Depp engaged in more severe acts of psychological aggression, whereas Ms. Heard did engage in also some mild and severe acts of psychological aggression. The amount of injury that was reported was significantly higher and more severe by Ms. Heard, what she was subjected to. And then she was subjected to sexual violence where Mr. Depp, based on her report, was subjected to none. And then the other, on the dangerous.
Did she say, okay, did she say that Miss Heard experienced worse violence, more severe violence than Johnny Depp? Is that what she said? Did I read that right? Or did I hear that right? She did. He got his finger cut off. Or no, it wasn't cut off. It was mashed off. And he had a cigarette put out on his face, remember? What test did Dr. Hughes, what instrument did Dr. Hughes use to determine his violence and her violence? Did she, what's she base, how can she make a comment like that on the stand? Okay, here's my confusion. Do you guys remember when Dr. Curry said that as psychologists that we don't name crimes, right? We don't go and collect information on crimes that people commit. Detectives do that. And in fact, a lot of psychologists work in a capacity where their reports, their evaluations are just another piece of evidence that's used in the investigation of the crime, correct? We don't name the crime. We don't identify a crime. We have a very specific set of questions, a very specific set of information that we can speak on from an expert position and put out there. And it's fairly limited when you consider the wide scope of what an investigation would look like. So that's 100% correct. You don't do a forensic evaluation to say, well, this person did the crime or this person did not do the crime. That is so far beyond what we're capable of doing and what we can even ethically purport to do. That's hands off. That's not our role at all. So I don't understand where she's basing. She's on the stand as an expert. Her words have meaning. So when she says that Amber Heard experienced more violence than Johnny Depp, how does she know that? Where's she getting that information from? You see my point? That Dr. Hughes, that is very bad form.
Assessment scale, that there were a number of factors that were related to severity in violent relationships and a risk factor. When we look, as I said earlier, when behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her, the increase in severity of the abuse, the forced sexual activity, the choking behavior, his obsessive jealousy.
Objection foundation.
Talking about the test results.
No, she's not talking about test results.
The
She is
obsessive
talking
jealousy,
about gossip.
the control aspect, and his threatening of suicide to kill himself. So those were risk factors that placed her in the increased danger range. And this is a range that
God
that
almighty.
we certainly have to advise women of their risk and consult with law enforcement if they're involved, or judges if they're involved.
What do
because
you
this
do when
means
your
a woman
hand
is at
gets
risk for
smashed
more
off?
serious or lethal domestic violence.
So did the results of the psychological tests you administered to Amber Heard support a diagnosis of PTSD?
No.
Objection leading.
What, if any, psychological tests did you administer that supported a diagnosis of PTSD for Amber Heard?
Sure. So there were 4 tests that supported that diagnosis. One was the PAI, which was that 344 question large scale personality inventory. On that test, her largest subscale, her highest subscale was the one that measures traumatic stress. So that was clinically significant. On the TSI, 2 of her scales were the intrusive experiences dimension and the defensive avoidance dimension, 2 of the classic scales of trauma and PTSD. On the PCL, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist 5, that she scored in all 4 domains of PTSD. And that's an instrument that says how much are you bothered by these symptoms? And in all 4 clusters, which would be the intrusive experiencing, when things about the abuse or the trauma enter your mind when you did not want them to. Sometimes they're cued, sometimes they're uncued. She answered in the avoidance category, which is a second category of PTSD, that I do things to try not to think about this, to try not to feel this, to try not to get upset. Sometimes I avoid certain people because they become a trigger for me. She scored in the what we call the negative alterations in cognition and mood, changes in her thoughts and feelings as a result of the abuse and trauma, and also in the physiological hyperactivity, the hyperarousal, the hypervigilance, the startle response. So on the PCL, she endorsed symptoms in all 4 of those categories, saying, some of these symptoms are bothering me a lot. And then finally,
Wait. I'm just going to remind y'all why I'm laughing. Did you see her on the stand with her monster right in front of her?
Clinician administered.
This revolutionary tooth cleaner is saving users from expensive and painful surgery.
It's such a gross commercial.
It removes tartar,
PTSD scale for the DSM-5. And what that allows me to do
it's so
on my
sad.
PCL is really look at symptom severity and symptom frequency. How is this really playing out for this individual? And similarly, she scored in all 4 categories of trauma and of having intrusive experiences and nightmares and avoidance efforts and physiological hyperactivity and changes in her mood and her thoughts. And her total score was a 28, which falls in the moderate range. So that means that she has experiencing a moderate degree of post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology. And those tests allow me to make that definitive diagnosis that she suffers from PTSD.
Thank you. What, if any,
No, sassy investigator. Amber did just fine taking her lovers up in the elevator to the house that Johnny Depp owned.
Given that we know that childhood, well, first of all, we know that people can experience multiple traumas across the lifespan.
True.
And we wanted to make sure that the symptoms that she was experiencing were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood. And certainly, earlier on in the evaluation and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician administered PTSD scale for DSM-5, the CAPS-5. And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptom. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers? And those were all specific to.
When I tell him to get on the couch and he refuses, I'm so traumatized that he doesn't do what I tell him to do.
If somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization.
That's true.
They're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD, if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability
Yeah,
characteristic.
for
to
sure,
obtain
baby T.
PTSD
That's one of
may have a
those
subsequent trauma.
self-report that we
The
use
other
in
aspect
research
about
and
her
whatnot.
childhood
You can
abuse
give it
is
every
that
time they
she
come in
was
for an
raised
appointment,
in a family
like the
of
Beck.
violence. She was physically abused by her father. She saw her father abuse her mother. Her father was very explosive and had violent outbursts. And both her parents also struggled with substance abuse
Couch,
very significantly. So she
couch,
had learned from a
couch.
very early age how to caretake, how to live in a situation that is mired in chaos. How do I take care of a parent who's passed out, nodded out from heroin? And how do I get up and get my sister to school? She learned at a very
Okay, so use your mind. Okay, right now she's describing childhood experiences where the child becomes is prematurely put into the adult role because the parents are, you know, unavailable due to alcoholism or substance use, drugs or whatever. So she's going to use that as right now as an excuse that would say she was predisposed to trauma by her early experiences. And so now she has trauma again being with Johnny Depp. But what she's not saying is, from a psychodynamic perspective, she would learn, she would need to recreate the environment of her childhood in order to know how to function, to those skills that she acquired as she was prematurely thrust into an adult role. She would need to recreate a similar environment for her to fall back on those caretaking behaviors, right? That is very clearly heard in the audio where she's railing and ranting and angry at him. He says, no, 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 I'm leaving. I'm not doing this. I told you I'm not doing this. I told you I'm not fighting with you. I told you I'm setting healthy boundaries. Stay away. She immediately lowers her voice. She becomes very soft spoken. She's, no, baby, no, da, 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 da. So then she tries to get him to stay, calms him down to get him to stay, right? So he gets calm. He begins to speak to her again now in a calm voice. And that's exactly the moment where she ratchets up and begins screaming again. She's playing out that original trauma, right? But he is not a willing participant. We can hear that. I don't care what the notes said. The audio tells the story. You can hear, you can see the dynamic, and you can say whatever you want to say, but the reality is he is trying on numbers of occasions. He's trying to set boundaries, and she is refusing to honor those boundaries. In one of the recordings, she treats him horribly. She calls him terrible names. He's just like, oh, okay, sure. Okay. But you got to go. I've had enough. I'm tired. You just got to go. You have to. And he's telling her he's not going to engage with her. He's not going to talk to her. He's not going to do anything. She screams and just rages, and you just hear her slamming things. He goes over, he gets into bed. She comes over. He says, oh, really? Are we really going to do this? Really? And you can hear her. You can't tell what she's saying. And then he says under his breath, he said, it's such a waste. What a waste. And the next thing you know, they're clearly having sex. Well, apparently they finish, and she immediately says, you're a loser. And she gets up and leaves the apartment. Now, I'm going to ask you, is that sexual abuse? It surely sounds like sexual abuse to me.
early age that she had to figure out how to do this in this scenario. And I would say, lastly, what that environment taught her was that she learned that she could love someone who hurts her. She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, revealing clothing, or revealing clothing according to him. She recalled an incident when she was going on a job audition, and he said, you're going to go out with those tits and ass, and she had to sort of go in and put on what she said mom jeans so that she
Oh,
didn't look
bullshit. Oh my
sexist
God.
or revealing.
Oh my
And continued
God.
to try to plead with him about what jobs she could take and she could not take. This made her be very sort of restrictive and try to conceal things. She would hide her scripts because she couldn't read them in front of him, because he would put them down or want to see where there might be nudity, where there might be something where she's doing a love scene. And then almost every person that she was in a film with, there would be those barrages of the consistent accusations of infidelity.
Well, yeah. So it could be the love scenes that were causing that, but it also might be the recordings, the video of Amber bringing men to his house while he's, in another country filming a movie. That might also fuel accusations of infidelity, right?
And we saw that on the Australia pictures, the Billy Bob. He was one person that he continued, to berate her about having an affair with. That's what obsessive control looks like, those messages on the mirror. When you look at how he wanted her to there was some interference with the family, with her sister, when some things were leaked. He was obsessed, believing that it was Whitney who did it, and eventually Miss Heard had to succumb and say, okay, yes, it was, and then alienate herself from her sister because she just couldn't take the fights anymore. She just couldn't take
That
the
was
constant
Amber Heard
barrage
that leaked
of
it.
criticism.
She loved the
So there were many
paparazzi.
instances when, in terms of their interactions, she would have to text him right back, but when she would text him, he could not answer for days. And it's this sort of, when we talk about, the ghosting, but your husband doesn't ghost you. Your partner doesn't ghost you. And there were so many times of this sort
Rochelle,
of
you're
withdrawal of
100%
affection, which
correct.
was on
I
his
agree
terms
completely.
and when he wanted to do it. I'm aware that there is, testimony in this case that, Mr. Depp decided to leave because he didn't want to be violent. And I do think that's true sometimes. I think he did leave in times where he didn't want an altercation. He did leave after an altercation. He did leave and then came back and continued the altercation.
No, he didn't,
So
because
leaving
she
wasn't
said he
his
would
defining
leave and not
variable.
come back
The
when he
problem is
promised that he
with
would.
this obsessiveness and this perseveration that he had, the fight would always come back. So leaving might end the argument for that moment, but Miss Heard knew he was always gonna come
Amber
back.
Heard
He was
brought
going to,
the fight back.
start the interrogation once again.
Wow.
And
Wow.
what is the effect of the coercive control on Amber Heard?
I mean, the effect was drastic. She talked to me that she, her roles consistently dropped over the time that she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp, just because it was so difficult to go on auditions, to want to be in a different location with him. Whenever she was not on location with him, it was very stressful. It was very anxiety provoking because of the accusations of infidelity. We heard that through Isaac Baruch's testimony when she called and was saying, babe, there's no one here. There's no one here. That was something that she had to do repeatedly and constantly over the course of the relationship. So it caused a significant amount of anxiety, of distress, of having to try to conceal and maneuver around him to try to have the career that she wanted to have. It made her hypervigilant.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, so this psychologist is describing a fairly classic domestic abuse situation where a partner is restricting the activities of the victim, right? They're not allowing them to see friends, talk to family, go shopping. They're basically being held prisoner on some level. It doesn't have to be that extreme. It could be something less, like, you can't go see that particular friend, right? So she's given this testimony about Amber Heard had to hide her auditions, and she had to hide the scripts, for her movie roles, and she had to hide them so that Johnny wouldn't find out. Excuse me, it's a movie she's making. Isn't he gonna find out? Can somebody explain that to me? What do you mean she's hiding the movies that she's in? She's hiding the scripts and she's sneaking around to go to auditions. What does that mean? They're Hollywood movies. There's people online that talk about these individual actors all the time. What they're, right now, everybody's talking about Johnny Depp is going to be King Louis the 15th, right? What is that? This makes no sense. It's illogical.
Definitely contributed to sort of her psychological symptomatology getting worse over time.
What about sexual violence?
So there was a number of incidents of sexual violence reported in this relationship. Those are documented early on in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, where when Mr. Depp was drunk or high, he threw her on the bed, ripped off her nightgown, and tried to have sex with her. There were times when he forced her to give him oral sex when he was angry. These weren't in loving moments. These were angry moments, moments of dominance, moments of him trying to get control over her. There was a time when they were in Hicksville in the trailer, I don't want to say trailer park, but I guess it's trailer park. It is a trailer park, where he was accusing her of a woman hitting on Amber. And that was the problem. Amber.
So she does talk about his accounts, Elizabeth?
So there were so many targets that came through in his obsessive jealousy. But when he, on that incident when Kelly Sue was accused
I agree,
of
Jackie
hitting on
Blue.
Miss Heard, and they went back into the trailer, Mr. Depp performed a cavity search.
No, I don't believe that.
And felt it.
I didn't believe that today when she said it.
Should the Nixon administration be afraid of you?
I think you know the answer to that.
Rip off her nightgown and stick his fingers up her vagina to look for cocaine. Thought that maybe she was hiding them there. And again, these incidents often happened in a drug-fueled rage. There was another incident in the Bahamas where when he got angry, he took his fingers and he put them in her vagina and moved her around violently.
It was definitely a toxic relationship. Absolutely.
And of course, the incident in Australia was one of the most severe instances of sexual violence that Miss Heard had to endure, in which when he was beating her and choking her and telling her, "I'm going to fucking kill you. I hate you. I hate you. I'm going to fucking kill you." And he grabbed the bottle that was on the bar and penetrated her with that bottle.
The same bottle that cut his hand off or his finger off?
Dissociating and going outside of her body. And the only thing she was thinking is, "Oh God, I hope it's not the broken one."
Oh.
What, if any, psychological abuse did you find?
There was a number of psychologically abusive behaviors. As I stated, Miss Heard admitted to me and reported that she engaged in those behaviors as well. She reported that she did call him names and offensive comments and said things to him that were horrible, and that she was incredibly saddened and horrified by her behavior. And looking back, she, at this point, not being in the constant barrage of abuse, does not recognize her. The abuse by Mr. Depp, he called her a number of names, frequently whore, slut, cunt, lesbian camp counselor, easy, ambition. Ambition
So
was a
dumb.
weaponized term in that relationship. So he called her a lot of names and humiliated her. And of course, I think we talked about the intimidation tactics that, Mr. Depp was often
Never will she live that down.
Hitting things in the household, which sort of got the tension to rise up very significantly, very quickly.
Can you tell me how you conducted your analysis to arrive at these conclusions?
Sure. So what I did was look at,
just before she says how she arrived at her conclusions, I just want to make one observation, okay? If anyone ever, for any reason at all, put a glass bottle places where glass bottles shouldn't be placed, don't you, would you go to the doctor? Would you, like, realistically, would you, would, for fear that you could have internal bleeding, right?
The incidents that were reported and look at the corroborating data around it. So as we stated, most of these incidents of intimate partner violence happen behind closed doors. Not everyone is going to witness what the parties are reporting behind closed doors. So you look at what is the data that surrounds it. Is there any data before it? Is there any data after it? Is the victim telling somebody in real time about what's happening? Are there therapy notes? Are there pictures? Are there text messages that sort of allow us to fill in the pieces of the picture, even though we don't have exactly what happened at that moment? The more collateral that we have and the consistency across those data points, it gives us greater confidence in our results.
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. So
Vague.
Overruled.
So, for example, the Boston plane incident, I believe, without looking, I know May 24th, 2014. This is the incident where Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp were going to fly back to LA and spend the weekend together. They were shooting at different sites. Ms. Heard is on the plane waiting for Mr. Depp to come on in the tarmac. He's reportedly sitting in the SUV, smoking and drinking, smoking weed and drinking.
Does she talk about Amber's alcohol and drug use?
And she gets on the plane and he starts talking about James Franco, making a lot of
Alice LaViolette.
And,
I said that
hopefully
today,
had fun with her
Quintessence.
escapades
Yes,
and
I
some
agree with
more,
you.
Inflammatory language. And then in an argument, when she got up to leave, he kicked her in the back and she went forward on the plane, to the front of the plane, because he sat in the back of the plane. So if I look at what is the corresponding data to this, there's a therapy note, several notes in Bonnie Jacobs' records that talk about Mr. Depp's increasing use of alcohol and his obsessive jealousy around James Franco before this Boston plane incident. After the incident, Ms. Heard told her friend Io, she told her friend Savannah, she told her friend Rocky. Ms. Heard did not go home. She was afraid to go home. So she went to a hotel, because when Johnny was in these states, he would often show up because he's still in that drinking and drugging phase. And he talked about that. That was the Roxy.
Okay, I want to just draw attention to something. So gaslighting is a real phenomenon. And people that don't use that tactic, they don't really know how to use it. The idea to tell someone that what they're thinking or hearing or seeing is wrong when in fact it's right. If you're an ethical, moral person, you have restrictions. It's very difficult. The cognitive dissonance is powerful, and it would be very difficult to tell somebody that they're not seeing something that they are in fact seeing, right? But those people that learn how to do it, and they get cold to the cruel nature, they use that as a really powerful weapon to get the things that they want, and they don't care who they do it to anybody. It's not, gaslighting is not limited to an interpersonal relationship. Coworkers, a boss can be gaslighted. Children can be gaslighted. If it's something that they're accustomed to doing, then they'll do it if that's what they need to do. So try to imagine if, let's say that Johnny Depp contacts Amber Heard and says, you bitch, get your things and get out of my house, because, the security guys showed me the elevator footage where you've had James Franco in my house, or you've had Elon Musk in my house, or blah, blah, blah. So now she's got a real problem because these people like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, they're a corporation, right? I mean, the money between them is enormous. They're not a love relationship. There's a great deal of people who are making a living from these people, from these two. So she's thinking, oh my God, I'm about to lose access to $350 million. And I only have, $5 million. My reputation is going to be ruined. Everybody's going to want to know why an old man would dump a beautiful, hot chick like me. So, oh my God, what will I do? And so she begins the process of gaslighting. So when she goes to her therapist, she says, oh, he's so unreasonable. He's so unreasonable. He's just always accusing me of fooling around with guys. It really bothers me. And he drinks so much. Meantime, back at the ranch, Amber's knocking away 2 bottles of wine a night at $500 a pop. So $1,000 a night just to keep her sufficiently inebriated. In the 15 months that he was actually married to her, she ended up costing him more than $20 million. And part of that was a $37,000 wine bill. So do you think that she had motivation to keep this relationship moving, to keep it going? She is flawed. I think he is also flawed. I think he would admit that he's flawed. But where she searches out the limelight and attention, he withdraws from it. He hides from attention. He doesn't want the paparazzi around. He doesn't want Hollywood to know his business. He's a performer and an artist, and that's really all he wants to do. He doesn't really want to act, but that's where the money is. His accountant got up on the stand and said, no, his band, they're on a world tour, right? But it's not lucrative. I mean, he may make, a couple $100,000 a month by touring with Alice Cooper. But when you compare that to a movie where his standard fee for a movie is $20 million. $20 million paid right up front. That movie can bomb. That movie cannot go anywhere. Mr. Depp is going to get his $20 million, period. So he talks a great deal about the movies are his avenue of, getting money. And I even saw an interview that he was talking about ensuring the future of his children and his grandchildren, that he was in a very unique position to be able to, work for a few months and make $20 million. Who can really say they can do that? It's a handful of people. So his idea at this point is, if I can work, that's money for Lily Rose and Jack and for their families, because they're not likely to make $20 million, in a couple of months. So, but his real love, what really his passion is for, is he loves the music and he loves to paint, right? He is an introvert. He loves to read. He writes poetry. So his basic personality style, while he's flawed, I mean, there's no doubt there's definitely a substance problem, and all that. He's not seeking out this Hollywood lifestyle. He's more like an old man ready to kind of, sit back and relax. She, on the other hand, is a very young, she's a little bit older now, but very young, up and coming, ambitious Hollywood starlet, hungry for any role that is going to get her up there on the big silver screen, right? So she gets caught messing around with something like video footage of her with a multi-billionaire. She's got a real problem. It's going to affect a lot of different things. So that is but one that is one piece of my logic that makes me a bit skeptical of what she may have told people, including her therapist, because information means nothing without context. We have to know context, and context includes motivation. To me, the motivation's everything. What were you trying to achieve? What were you working toward? That's everything. I don't even really care if they even accomplished it or not. It's much more informative to know what the goal was for whatever behavior you're talking about. So I'm a bit skeptical. That's why you want to use good normed instruments and not rely on self-report. I don't know how many times professionals have to say that to each other.
Codone before he detoxed. He was still in that, high substance abuse phase, that he would often show up at night, and that did not feel safe.
She was drinking 2
There was a
bottles of
text
wine a
from
night.
Stephen Duders, Mr. Depp's assistant.
All right, you want to approach?
It's just crazy. I don't know. That would have been interesting to know what that was about, huh? That is a long sidebar.
And then finally, Amber Heard wrote an email talking about how distressed and heartbroken she was.
Objection, hearsay.
I mean, I don't agree.
It wasn't used for anything diagnostic.
All right. Can you give another example?
I think those are all I can remember at this point.
Okay. What if any, sorry, I'm going to have to go a little bit further here. So you concluded that Amber Heard used psychological abuse and some reactive physical violence, I think I heard you say. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Reactive?
Can you please explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Yes, that is correct. That
Did she say reactive
Amber Heard
violence?
reported to me some of the behaviors that she used that were psychologically aggressive. The name calling, the putting him down and calling him very bad names and insulting his fatherhood. And she was very shamed and remorseful about that. She also indicated, using, and as some of the testing showed, minor forms of violence, pushing, shoving, throwing objects. We see that a lot with women when there's not proportional force. Women are more likely to throw objects. And then the more severe act of punching him, which a punch falls in the more severe category. And the context, as she explained it, was that he was coming after Whitney, and she stood, her sister, and she stood in the way and she punched him.
Now, does that make Amber Heard a perpetrator of intimate partner violence?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
So that was one of the tasks that I had to consider. That was one of the hypotheses that I had to consider. And given all of the other data, that was not my opinion.
God
Now,
almighty.
you stated that you read a number of therapy records. Please tell the jury, why are therapy records important?
Therapy records are critical for a forensic psychologist. When we have the opportunity to go back in time and see what a person was dealing with, what the content of their distress was, and what the symptoms of their distress was, it really gives us a snapshot in time. So they become very critical as part of the overall forensic psychological evaluation, because we as psychologists understand how people sort of treat in therapy and what to look for. So in looking back at Ms. Heard's therapy records, we see sort of real time unfolding of this dynamic. in
Yes,
this
Rochelle,
relationship.
they
We
proved it.
see early on in her notes in her report with Bonnie Jacobs and in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes, reports of constant concerns about Mr. Depp's substance abuse, constant concerns about him passing out and vomiting, constant concerns about not wanting
Objection,
to
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Where did the vomit magically go to?
She relied on that.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
constant concerns about how do I get him into treatment? How do I get him help? Ms. Heard starts going to Al-Anon at this point, early 2012. from the beginning of the
Unbelievable.
relationship, because she has to figure out and wants to figure out a way to support the man that she's dating right now and the man who she's falling madly in love with. There are reports in Dr. Jacobs' notes early on about his controlling behavior, about his jealousy behavior, about him not wanting to do certain jobs, of not wanting her to wear certain clothes. So this is going back to 2012 with no indication of why would she be saying that, but for the sole purpose of trying to get help and trying to get guidance.
Because it looks like
in
she
this
was setting him
relationship
up.
that she finds so difficult.
He had
There are
$350
indications,
million
as I mentioned
that she
before,
wanted a
of the
piece of.
sexual assault and the sexual abuse and how he would, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her.
She
And then, if
is
he was not able to
recorded in a
perform, he would
rage.
get more angry at her and blame her. So we have this dynamic of blaming her for his inability to take responsibility for his
That's
behavior.
right, Amber.
Those themes were throughout Dr. Jacobs' notes.
Did Dr. Jacobs assign any diagnoses to Amber Heard?
She did.
Which
Early
one?
on, she diagnosed her with panic disorder, and then later with post-traumatic stress disorder.
Right.
That panic
And
disorder
did
can
Dr.
can
Jacobs
be a
diagnose Amber Heard
part
with
of the
borderline
histrionic,
personality disorder?
PD.
No, she did not.
Histrionic personality disorder?
No, she did not.
And is that important?
Should the Nixon administration be afraid of you?
I think you know the answer to that.
That's very important when we're trying to figure out the course of somebody's illness, the course of somebody's psychiatric difficulties. As I stated, well, I don't think I got to state, personality disorders usually start in adolescence early.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Okay. You also stated that you reviewed Dr. Connell Cowan's treatment notes, correct?
Correct,
And you also read his deposition testimony?
correct.
And you had how long of a collateral interview with him?
I believe it was 2 hours.
Okay. And what did you get from all of that data?
So by the time that she gets to Dr. Connell Cowan, which is 2014, I believe, September 2014 is when Dr. Kipper comes on the scene. Ms. Heard's psychological functioning is significantly deteriorated. She's suffering more anxiety, more sleeplessness, more agitation, more emotional dysregulation, this fluctuation in
Yeah, because
moods.
Johnny
And
Depp
when
is
you sort
on
of
to her.
Look at the records of what happened in those first 2 years from Dr. Jacobs, and now we have up to Dr. Connell Cowan, and we see all of the incidents that she was exposed to, including the sexual violence and the coercive control. It makes sense to me that her status, her psychological functioning has deteriorated. And in Dr. Connell Cowan's notes, that's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to help Mr. Depp, help her act in a way so that Mr. Depp does not hurt her. Dr. Connell Cowan was very concerned for Amber Heard's safety, as was Dr. Bonnie Jacobs. Dr. Jacobs was very concerned for her safety, and she continued to talk about safety aspects for Ms. Heard, as was Connell Cowan. They did, both of them, both therapists understood, and Ms. Heard talked to them about it, that there were times that she fought back and she used violence, and times that she screamed and she said things that she didn't want to. But nevertheless, that did not change the balance for them either. And they were very concerned that because of Mr. Depp's significant substance abuse and his sort of poorly controlled anger, that at some point he was going to seriously hurt her.
Did Dr.
God,
Cohen
man.
provide Ms. Heard with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, he did not.
He
Did
doesn't give diagnoses.
diagnose Amber Heard with histrionic personality disorder?
No, he did not.
Is that important?
It's important that you have an individual, Ms. Heard, who's in therapy for over 2 years with one therapist and over 2 years with another therapist, and you're not seeing those characteristics of a personality disorder. If the manifestation of a person's difficulties and illness and symptomatology is better explained by another disorder, then you don't qualify for the personality disorder. You can't get the diagnosis. I mean, that's part of the criteria. So if it's not a pervasive pattern in a variety of contexts, and it can't be better explained by her trauma experience and the exposure and the symptoms as a result of that trauma, then you don't get a personality
That is
disorder.
not, no. Early abuse is correlated to developing personality disorders of certain types. She's talking about an acute reaction where the behaviors that might be used as diagnostic criteria for a personality disorder are better accounted for by the trauma symptoms, right? She's displaying these maladaptive behaviors before she was even with Johnny Depp. There's plenty of pre-Johnny evidence that she was angry and she was drinking and she was using drugs and she was lying and she was misleading people. She was not conforming to societal norms before she ever met Johnny Depp.
Did you read Dr. Amy Banks' deposition testimony?
Yes, I did.
And what were her findings?
So Dr. Banks had one session, one couple session with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Dr. Banks is very reputable. She works up at the Harvard Medical School Cambridge Victim of Violence Program, which is a very well-known program for understanding.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
It's non-responsive to the question. The question was, what was the findings?
All right.
Tell the jury who Dr. Amy Banks is.
And just like I said, so she's somebody who has a wealth of experience in understanding intimate partner violence and the dynamics of violent relationships. But she only had one session with the couple, and it was her determination when they were both there and the violence was talked about that Mr. Depp did not deny the violence that he perpetrated toward Ms. Heard.
Phoebe Amber Heard was arrested for hitting her wife.
Admitted as such that she also used low levels of violence as well. So Dr. Amy Banks had that opinion.
Did you review Dr. Laurel Anderson's treatment notes and read her deposition?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the significance of what you learned from Dr. Anderson?
Quintessence,
Dr.
I think
Anderson
she's
similarly
destroyed
thought that
her
there was violence
career.
and abuse in this relationship. She was the one therapist out of the 4 who qualified it as mutual abuse, which the termination I've talked to you about, I don't necessarily agree with. But she did see and did understand that there was violence and abuse.
I don't know why
by
you
Mr.
don't
Depp.
agree with it.
What
It's a
was
real
most
phenomenon.
notable was that after the December 15th, 2015 episode, Ms. Heard called her in addition to calling Connell Cohen and reached out to a number of people, but she saw Dr. Anderson in her office, and Dr. Anderson saw 2 bruises on her face and told me, my husband kicked me and he pushed me and he punched me in the head. And
Listen
should I
to
tell
how
the police?
emotional
What
this
should I do?
so-called expert is being.
She's not reading, Your Honor.
Do you hear how emotional she's speaking?
All right. What were your...
Doesn't sound like an
what
expert
conclusions
witness
did
to
you
me.
make
It
as
sounds like a
result of
friend
that,
or a family member.
What you reviewed for Dr. Laurel Anderson?
My take of reading Dr. Laurel Anderson's deposition and seeing her, redacted notes was that, from my professional opinion, this was a very
Honey, can you please mow the lawn? I need you to.
serious incident and a very serious allegation of intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp. If a patient comes into my office with 2 bruises and alleges being pushed, shoved, and kicked by her partner, I'm going to be very concerned, and I'm going to mobilize a lot more resources to help that individual.
Absolutely.
And for some reason, that did not happen for me.
Yeah. Wonder why nobody did that for Miss
What are your
Heard.
overall clinical impressions from reading these notes?
Because it didn't happen.
From Amber
That's
Heard's
why.
treatment providers and their couples.
Because it didn't happen.
Therapists.
Objection compound.
All right, sustained.
What are your overall clinical impressions from reading what you told everybody you bet?
Objection compound.
I mean, I don't know how to get it less compound, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
So my overall impression of the treatment notes was, there's significant support for the fact that there was intimate partner violence in this relationship. It was consistently reported over time, and there were
With
couples
Amber
there
as
that
the
saw
aggressor.
and understood that. So, there were, Mr. Depp also attended a session with Dr. Connell Cohen with Miss Heard. And in that session, he was very belligerent and mean and yelling and intimidating. And he even got up and stormed out, rolled a joint, and then came back later. Dr. Connell Cohen's impression was this is somebody who's poorly controlled. That's the same thing that Dr. Laurel Anderson said about him. And he stormed out of one of those sessions too. So there were a total of 6 sessions, couple session, but Mr. Depp stormed out of 2 of them. So there were only 4 couple sessions for these 2 individuals in this just highly volatile, highly damaging relationship that was, punctuated by the coercive control and the intimate partner violence.
What, if any, observations did you make about Amber Heard's psychological status over that period?
I mean, the record was very clear that her psychological status deteriorated as she was in the relationship with Mr. Depp. She kept getting worse. She was losing weight. By the end, she was down to, I think,
Because
105
she
pounds,
was
about
trying to
125,
control him.
130. She was taking significantly more medication than she's ever taken in her life.
That would
She was
include
having more
mushrooms,
panic,
wouldn't
more
it?
Anxiety, more distress, more affect dysregulation, just really an inability to regulate her mood, more anger outbursts. So it can significantly deteriorate over time.
You talked about weight. What, if any, diagnoses did Bonnie Jacobs make about Amber Heard having an eating disorder?
There was no evidence in the record that Miss Heard had an eating disorder.
What, if any, observations did you make about whether Dr. Connell thought she had an eating disorder?
There was no indication in his record that she had an eating disorder.
Now, what, if any, observations did you make about the impact of Mr. Depp's substance abuse?
So the substance abuse was a very relevant and complicating factor to this relationship. When you pair that level of substance abuse with the level of intimate partner violence and coercive control, it's a very, very disastrous mix.
Can someone
one of the
explain to
things
me why
that-
they
that
want to
happens with
ignore
substance abuse is a
Amber
very
Heard's
similar dynamic that
drug
happens with the
abuse?
intimate partner violence.
Why are
that
they just
there's
ignoring
the
it?
lying, there's the hiding, there's the cheating, there's the obfuscation, the rationalization about the drinking, the rationalization about the violence, the trying to, promises, I'm going to do better, I'm going to get clean and sober, I'm not going to hit you anymore.
Objection,
So
Your
all-
Honor. Can I be heard?
You can approach.
That is a mystery to me. That's a mystery to me that you have witnesses say, a nurse, an RN say that Amber Heard is addicted to cocaine. Would that not explain her weight loss? Would that explain her erratic rages? Would that explain the strength it would take to throw a liter of vodka so hard that it would break a marble stair or erupt the end of his finger. It crushed the bones, literally. Why are they ignoring that she drinks 2 bottles of wine a night? Why are they ignoring that she's taken psychedelics? Why are they ignoring that she takes Seroquel and drinks 2 bottles of wine with a major tranquilizer? I've just never seen anything like this.
What, if any, dynamics and coping styles are connected to the substance abuse by Mr. Depp?
So they share similarities. There's a lot of lying. He's a substance abuser. There's a lot of hiding. There's a lot of concealment.
Amber Heard
There's a lot
lies.
of rationalization. There's a lot of blame. Blaming your partner for your inability to stay clean and sober. There's a lot of the promises to change and the promises to get better. So a lot of these dynamics sort of co-occur, you know, in a situation of substance abuse and domestic violence. They're very similar. The difficulty in this relationship was that the majority of the violent episodes and the sexually violent episodes were in these alcohol and drug fueled rages. That was predominantly when those happened. When he wasn't in those stages, we still saw the obsessive jealousy and the.
I want you to look at this guy for a minute. And I want you to imagine that that's your son or that's your brother. Think about it. What must it be like to have had your finger cut off, a cigarette put out on your face, multiple punches in the head, kicked, infidelity? I've never seen so much proof of infidelity anywhere. What must it be like to sit there, and because the abuser is a woman, you know no one is going to believe you. And we actually had Amber Heard on video say, "Go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead and tell them, I, Johnny Depp, am the victim of domestic abuse. No one will believe you." Does that not sound like the words of a batterer? Does that not sound like the words of a gaslighter and abuser? It's textbook, except this time it came from the mouth of a woman instead of a man. Look at this guy being subjected to this. When we hear him on the audio saying, "I'm leaving. This is my boundary. You will not hit me and I will not hit you. I am not going to call names. Leave me alone. Go away. I don't want violence in my life." This is an abomination.
The coercive control and the possessiveness, that still persisted. But when the alcohol and the drugs came together is when Amber Heard was more in danger of being hurt by him.
Jesus.
Why didn't Amber Heard leave the relationship sooner?
I mean, you know why.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Have you formed, based on your experience and based
Amber
on
Heard didn't leave because it was $350 million that she was in the running for.
What is your understanding of why Amber Heard didn't leave the relationship earlier?
Objection beyond the scope of.
And remember, Amber Heard did not leave the relationship. Johnny Depp kicked her out. She did not leave this relationship. She fought it, kicking and screaming. She did not want to leave the relationship. It's just amazing.
Obsessive jealousy, the possessiveness, the sexual violence, the choking behavior. the threats to kill. Those are all, as I stated, very significant and often found in cases of lethal domestic violence. Those were significant severity factors. And looking at all those, that's what tipped the scales, that even though she yelled and said some horrible things and hit him, it never was able to shift the balance of power and control in that relationship.
Now, you have discussed with Amber Heard, and you have reviewed and evaluated the
word is
emotional
court
impact on
whore.
Amber Heard as a result of
I did too,
distress
Sassy.
As a result of the 3 counterclaim statements, correct? The 3 alleged defamatory statements made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Objection,
And-
compound leading.
Just
Overall, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you please tell the jury what psychological impact these statements had on Amber Heard?
Yes, so there were 3 statements that I evaluated. May I check my notes to give you the dates and my recollection so that I can be clear?
Since I couldn't put it in, this might be the fastest way, Your Honor.
I'd rather she not address the court.
I'm sorry. Yes. you
Okay.
can- Yes.
So there were 3 statements on April 8th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, and June 24th, 2020 that I queried her about and asked her about. The one that, what happens is if somebody who, like Ms. Heard, has trauma-based symptoms and PTSD, we say that PTSD is a cue-based disorder. There are things that happen in the environment that trigger it and make it worse. And having to refute that your report of violence and abuse is a hoax makes that trauma activated. So it makes the PTSD symptoms at that time become more intense and more severe. So she would have more intrusive thoughts, more nightmares, more sleeplessness, more difficulty engaging with other people, depression, sadness, stress. All of that would happen when one of these statements came out. The one that was, the most difficult was the one where they said that her sexual violence
Objection, Your
was
Honor.
a hoax.
What's the objection?
I think she's going to
I'll overrule objection.
Please continue.
The one that was most difficult for Ms. Heard was the statement about calling her sexual violence a hoax. As I stated earlier, most women try very diligently to put that sexual violence in a box, bury it down, not want to talk about it, not want to have anything related to it come up. And she's done, by my estimation in her coping, although she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, she also has a high degree of coping strategies. But when this would happen, it sort of would everything would deteriorate. And this is the one thing that women are always afraid.
Diane, quick question. Is Lockett, Texas, is that where Amber is from? Is that her hometown? Hello? Diane, can you hear me? Does anybody know? Is that where Amber Heard said she's from? Is Lockett, Texas? It's a huge tornado hit there. She said Maynard. Okay. Yeah, a giant tornado hit Lockett, Texas, which is up around Lubbock. And it's so bad that it actually took the bark off of the trees. So if you know anybody, in that area, you may want to try to get in touch. It's extensive damage, all hands on deck for search and rescue. It's a direct hit. It's an enormous tornado. You can see the horrifying. Oh my God. A huge brick house just completely erased. Like a new house, not a rundown house. Anyway, yeah, if you know anybody in that area, you may want to get on the phone. It doesn't look good at all, really. Okay. That's really depressing. All right. Sorry about that for the interruption.
That no one's going to believe them. No one's going to take them seriously. And when somebody comes out in the popular media and calls your experience a hoax, that lended itself to more severe psychological and traumatic symptomatology for her.
Dr. Hughes, are all of your opinions that you have provided today within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Honey, can you please mow the lawn? I need you to shave your balls.
If your dad needs a little extra man maintenance help this Father's Day, we've got the perfect gift.
That's right, Manscaped, baby.
Their big one is their Performance Package 4.0, which basically gives you the works. Inside, you get their Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer. It uses their advanced skin-safe technology. It's waterproof, so you can use it in the shower.
Last year, I actually...
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to go ahead and break for the day. We can have cross-examination and redirect tomorrow of this witness, of Dr. Hughes. So if you could have a good evening.
Reference both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay.
Actually, I can give y'all this little bit of information that is accurate. Empirical work in, peer-reviewed journals, what we would call contemporary work, let's say work that's been published like in the last 3 to 5 years, women are actually more likely to perpetrate interpartner violence. Now, that doesn't mean that women cause more damage. men, when they engage in interpartner violence, it's more damaging. There's, broken bones or bruises or whatever. Women are much more likely to hit or throw things, but of course they, lack the upper body strength to make it damaging. So women do actually, they do actually engage in IPV more often than men. And where you really see that is in same sex, two women that are together. A lot of those relationships can be very volatile and very violent.
Victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner
Oh,
violence.
bullshit.
That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You, in fact, said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. Woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader.
Wayfair has everything I need to make my home totally me. Sometimes I'm a homebody.
By their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I treat and evaluate men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking you about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted.
What's going on with her right eyebrow? Your left hand, but her right.
That happened on that.
Does that look like her eyebrow is like really high up in the air, or is that just me?
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Transcript of the deposition.
I'm practicing.
March 28th,
Making
2020.
Making my eyebrow do that.
Let's go to page 77. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in an IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you
in.
testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court, I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
All right. What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I
Introducing Lightspeed Payments. It's automatic, it's fast, and it syncs every.
Right, welcome, ladies and gents. Johnny Depp's team has come out swinging with Miss Hughes, the doctor. Dr. Hughes mentioned women as victims more so. Well, actually, you didn't mention men.
We haven't met before.
No, good morning.
Morning. You testified yesterday. Behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims.
Between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking about treatment, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter,
Is
correct?
this
In an IPV man was the victim
yeah,
of.
I think we
And the
already
only
saw
testimony
this.
that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There-
The legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
We did not hear this part.
And any time that you were working with Miss Heard or assessing Miss Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
Yeah, this is
I
new.
suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
You talked to Miss Heard for what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long have you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Wow, I thought you
fact, you never
determined
met
that
Mr.
his
Depp.
violence
I have
was
not.
worse
But
than
you
hers.
Purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr.
The
Depp.
only information you had. Oh my gosh, I'm getting frustrated. Okay. We're going to go ahead. Uh-oh, why didn't it share? We're going to go ahead and start with Amber on the stand. No, that's not it. There it is. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start. I'm not going to fight with looking for the next part of it. Laura. Amber Laura.
Mostly.
You're an actress.
Now,
And there's nothing wrong with
why are
saying
you
the
here?
feminine.
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
Oh, I didn't think you wrote it, Amber. I thought the ACLU wrote it.
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and
It's painful
relive
for the guy
everything.
that lost a finger too, you know.
Hear people that I knew.
Hey, Charlie Face.
Some well,
Yeah, she
some
said her
not.
name is Amber
My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life.
Heard Depp. That's her name.
Speak about our lives in the way that they have. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Even
Now,
when you had two
there
parents that
was
were addicted to
a
heroin?
Trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your
Quintessence,
level of
I'm totally
participation in
about
that
getting
lawsuit
YouTube
and that
Premium
trial?
after this. I
Well,
am definitely going to get it.
not
Tomorrow,
party to that
there'll be
lawsuit.
no more
I
ads.
was, a witness. I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I'm missing that eyebrow.
I come from
It-
Austin,
it
Texas.
kept making me
A
chuckle.
small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Manor. And I was raised by my mother and my father. And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Heard.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses, and hunted and fished. But
Okay. What you're about to hear is BS. Okay. And I know that we do have some people in our community that have a ranch and they have cows and horses and, you know. Okay. When in this day and age, in this world, you don't break a horse. In fact, that would really be something you would never want to do. You would not want to break their spirit. You raise a horse in the same way now that you raise your child. So horses are born in captivity for the most part. There are still some wild horses out, around the Badlands and some of the high country and whatnot. There's some wild Mustangs, not many. There are big rescue groups that try to help them. You know, these are wild animals, but there's not many. You can count them in the thousands, right? There's not many of them left. The majority, the grand majority of horses are born living in the modern era. They have a pretty little barn, and most of them have their own bedrooms where they get like a cool bed of fresh hay every night, and they get grain and calf manna, and they're living the life. Okay. So when a horse has a baby, the vet comes. Not all. Some people leave their horses out in the pasture and let them be animals, and they do their own thing. The point is, we're not breaking our horses. We don't wait for them to drop a foal and then let the little colt run wild. And then when it turns a year, suddenly we decide it's time to have a rodeo and we're going to throw a saddle on his back and jump up there and, try to make it 7 seconds. No, that's the worst thing. You're going to end up with a horse that has a lot of behavioral problems and a mood disorder. And the horse will not be fit to work, right? No. You want your horse, just like our dogs, you want your horse to be your partner. You want your horse to work with you in whatever you're using the horse for. So the babies are born. You want a human there at the time because you want that horse to imprint on humans so that they're not afraid of them. You bring treats to the mom and the baby grows up around you. We get toys for horses, little baby horses. They love to play with toys, these balls that have a handle on it that they can throw. And within just a few weeks, well, I say a few weeks, I'm going to say like 6 weeks to 8 weeks, you're already putting a saddle on the back of the horse. Now, initially, when they're little bitty, couple of weeks to a month old, then you get a blanket, like a saddle blanket, and you put it on their back and you rub it all around their face and you make it like a game. And the reason you do this is because you're raising this little foal. You're raising them to not be afraid of what are basically going to be their clothes, right? It's just like any other little small child. How many young babies do you know that rip their diaper off and run away laughing? They don't like it in the beginning. But you've never seen a 50-year-old man rip his diaper off and go running away laughing, right? By the time we're adult, well, you may, if there's a drinker in the family. Not kidding. So you want to raise your baby horse the same way you raise your children. You want to get them used to the things that they're going to be around as they get older so that they're not frightened, so they're not afraid. And so you move that horse into this symbiotic relationship with the humans in its life so that it likes it when it's time to go for a ride. They want to go and get out of the barn and go for a walk down through the woods, or to go out and run the barrels, or to go out and, herd the cows. They like it. It's fun for them. So this illusion that she, said she's a crash test dummy. Well, she may be a dummy, but she's not crashing off of a horse because she's riding a bucking bronco. That's just absurd. And frankly, the fact that she's up there on a witness stand in a court of law, completely saying something that is 100% false, what does that say about her?
That was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled.
This is a lie.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy.
See, she has no idea. She has no idea.
It's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden.
No, they're not wild animals.
There are people out there.
They're not wild animals, Amber.
crazy
You're a
enough,
liar.
like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had. So it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear,
Her mother was a heroin addict.
not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process.
Good night, Ageless Beauty. It was good to see you.
Get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to
Ageless,
more
will you
things
give a
with my
thumbs
life
up or
than
thumbs
Texas.
down before you leave, please?
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up. Several different
Scholarship.
Catholic schools, but
That means
they
some
were
kind
always in
soul
the
paid her tuition.
on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school.
No,
effectively
actually,
left school,
you left school.
16
You dropped
years
school.
old,
You didn't
And what did you
take
do
the
for work
test out of
during
school.
those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company.
It's hard to run a big
but
company
I
when
answered
you're on
phones,
heroin.
and I worked at a modeling agency that was also
At 16, that's right,
offered
just wow.
photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
Y'all get ready.
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and that was important to me, is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people, so I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year, for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do.
Okay. Starting at 12. This is what she's telling you, okay? Starting at 12, she went to the soup kitchen every morning before school to serve soup to the homeless people. Starting at 12. And she did it for 4 years before she opted out of school by taking her GED.
Various things, worked at children's, museums, typically.
Oh.
Work with
And-
younger volunteers.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot that. And when she wasn't working at the soup kitchen at 6 o'clock in the morning, she was breaking Broncos, and then she'd go to school. And then after school, then she would rush over to the Children's Museum, where she would speak to little deaf children after teaching herself how to sign.
and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at the with deaf kids for a while, and
I told you.
yeah, I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What in the hell
Well,
do deaf children
taught
have to
myself
do with
how
her
to sign
beating
basic
Johnny Depp?
sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a translate a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early later on. But I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit.
Listen to what she said. She just told under oath a jury that she was auditing college courses when she was 12 years old. Let that sink in.
I think the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the
Friday
actor
Night
in the
Lights.
movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I
No donation money
met her
given
on
to a
set, and
children's
she said that
hospital.
she'd heard about me from
But
another
she
bit
went
part
to the
I did.
soup
I was taking jobs
kitchen.
in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put
There's
myself
no
out there, and
lie
she had
too
heard about me,
big
and she
either,
said,
is there?
I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever out in LA. And I was like,
It was uphill both
when
ways,
can I come?
Quintessence.
And
And
she
snow up to her eyes.
made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there, and I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17, and I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could.
And where were you
I put
sleeping,
myself out there. I
Amber?
didn't have a car because those were expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I
Yeah,
went to
it really
about
didn't matter because every role you've
10
been in, you had to
auditions
take your
sometimes a
clothes
day,
off.
and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of the bus I was taking. And I just hustled from one audition to the other, and I got a bit part on one thing, and then
little
I got a bit part on
Albert,
another
he
thing,
fell
and
in
then
the well.
eventually
Get
my
Lassie,
roles kind of
quick.
became more important or bigger, and it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair.
She looks really
I did
traumatized,
small
doesn't
roles
she?
In big films, like
Really triggered sitting across from her
Zombieland
monster.
and, Pineapple Express, and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights, but again, I had small roles in those bigger films, and then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for.
Look how
those
happy she
initial-
is talking about
that first
herself with her
initial 10 years
monster
or so. It was just
sitting
going
right
from
there.
slightly
The
bigger
man
role
that
to slightly
almost
bigger
killed
role,
her.
and
The guy
it's
that
working
gave
my
her
butt off.
PTSD.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008.
And she is tickled to
Did there
death.
come a time that you auditioned for the Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for the Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work.
Y'all may
You
want to
know,
stand up on
you get
top
a
of
call
your
back,
sofa
they say,
because it's about to
and
get deep in
I
here.
think I had at
Couch!
least one, maybe two
Couch!
callbacks
Couch!
with the director. And then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music, poetry. We liked a lot of the same stuff, you know, obscure writers and
Like getting drunk, right?
interesting books and pieces of poetry that I hadn't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And
You didn't know it. Johnny Depp knew it. You didn't know
very
nothing.
well read and charismatic, and you know, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me, and we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was so surprised that somebody, you know, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, you know, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. You know, he's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, you know, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age and he's this world famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, you know, old blues. And
They were not obscure to
just-
Johnny Depp.
I thought it was remarkable. You know, I thought it was unusual and remarkable.
You probably should have been nicer to him, huh? Like not hitting him.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in the Rum Diary?
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up and I hear, you know, this like deep voice on the other line. And he said, you got you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part and you're the dream. You're it, kid. I was like,
And
amazed.
please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend. And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, you know, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, you know, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s. So everything really looked beautiful, and, you know, cars and clothing, the music. It it was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for, you know, a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, you know, there'd be this big SUV pull up, and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And, you know, we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to,
Exactly, Kathy.
be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's
This
certain
is
things that you do to
disgusting. Made my skin crawl.
maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face
Hi,
and pulled me into
Oxyraz.
him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Dorothy
Yes.
Umbridge, you're a
Did you
disgusting,
celebrate your birthday while
nasty
you were in
woman.
Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books, and he gave me a bicycle.
I had that thought too,
I
Quintessence.
was riding around on a bike, and I had a
She
lot of time
seems
off
to be
since I was a
fairly
small role
oblivious
community.
to the pain that she has
And,
caused so many people.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think there was we would hang out if, you know, after or in between scenes or in between setups. We often were, you know, talking about things, and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point,
Quintessence,
we talked
you're
about wine. It's another
amazing.
thing
Thank
that
you
Johnny
so
and
much.
shared
I
in common,
I
a
just
love
noticed
for,
your super
wine,
chat, and
red
I'm
wine. And we were
absolutely
talking about
humbled.
a kind
Thank
of wine
you.
that I
So
enjoyed, and I
generous.
was,
Truly. Thank you
know,
so
going
much.
on about how great this bargain wine
And I will
was,
definitely
and
use it to
I
buy the
didn't
YouTube
understand,
premium.
you know, how much more
Thank you.
sophisticated
Thank you
Johnny's
so much.
taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something, and I brought him a bottle of this wine, and I set it down. And at some point, I'm going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his, like, you know, foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted
Remember,
the back
y'all,
of my bathrobe
she's
up,
talking about the
and
Can I
monster
just stop you there? Why were you
that
wearing
gave
the
her
bath-
because I
PTSD.
was
Try to
doing a
remember that.
scene, it was
Remember,
a period
Dr.
film, so it
Hughes
took place in the
said that
50s.
she was
And so I had all
high
of this,
in avoidance.
old undergarments that are
She
for
looks like a
that time era,
13-year-old
on, and the scene
talking about a
involved me
Disney,
changing.
you know, princess.
So I had all the costume on, and he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot, and I kind of turned around and like laughed, like giggled, you know. I didn't know what to make of it at the time, and I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this like bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said, "Yum," and he kind of like lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and, you know, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, it was a friendship, flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and, it was intimidating. And I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship. So we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's, so approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for the Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All right.
guess.
And when you left Puerto Rico and the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California, in Beverly Hills. And I was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number. So it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up, feeling really startled, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed the Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive, collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery, I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, what should I do? And I said, send it back. And she did. And she indicated that there was another one that had already previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there, and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
Bullshit.
Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on
Johnny
a
Depp
press
is saying
tour
bullshit
for the Rum
too.
Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly,
Yeah,
yes.
not kidding.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film, and you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum Diary?
Yes, I had just.
Yeah, the
I was
wife
going. I had just finished
was
going
there
through the
and would
process
say, "Why the
of,
hell's this guy
separation with
giving
my
you
former
gifts?"
partner.
So she's
And
proven
I
she's a
was
liar.
moving
She cheated on her wife with
going through
him.
that, and I got a phone call
Of
saying,
course, she cheated
"Remember
on
that movie
him
you
with
did in
someone
Puerto Rico? Well, they
else.
want you for the press tour." And I said, "Well, perfect timing." And we did that, I think late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day. And then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce. But as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. It's been, I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk.
God, please
and
spare me this.
The
I
talking
can't
became
deal
us-
with the Disney fantasy any
know,
longer.
Reconnect. It was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and
The man had $350
was,
million. It's not hard to
it felt
explain,
like there was
Amber.
an electricity.
Nobody
to the
is as stupid as you
and
think
so I
they
felt
are.
when I was alone with him anyway, and it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to
Watch,
your
she's gonna look
relationship
at
with
him.
Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press
She's
tour.
going to start looking at him to see if
and
she's having an
we
effect.
went-
She's trying to
it-
suck
it
him
was-
into the
It
madness
was a
right now.
beautiful and strange time. We're flying from one, not together, but going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together. And we were falling in love. It was just, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. He produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London, he had me sat next to him at a dinner. And then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And how long approximately did the press tour go?
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days. And then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, we had this, whirlwind romance kind of just in these
Okay.
beautiful places all over. And
I want to take just a
we're falling in
second.
love. And
One more time. I want to remind you what Dr. Hughes said. Dr. Hughes said that she had PTSD so badly that in one of her instruments, she scored in the 98th percentile. In another instrument, it said that her primary symptom range was avoidant behavior, both psychological and emotional and physical avoidance. That she was dissociating when she would be triggered. Okay? Now, this is the first time that she'd be able to sit apart from her monster. So, where is the trigger? Has anybody seen her flinch? Is she look hypervigilant to the environment? Is she turning her shoulder, her back toward Johnny Depp to put a barrier between her monster and her, head or gut? No. In fact, it's worse. She is being coquettish and flirty and smiling and laughing and telling love stories from when they first met and gushing about how sweet Johnny is. He's so sweet. He's so cultured. He's so kind. He's so good. And she's looking at him every now and then, checking in with him to see, is it working? Am I going to get another chance at him? Am I going to be able to get that $350 million back on my side of the bed? You've heard a lot about gaslighting. You know what abuse is: psychological, emotional, and mental. Have you heard the term hoovering? That it's an old term from Hoover vacuum cleaners. People abuse. You're in inter partner domestic abuse, inter partner violence. It's a cyclical thing, right? So it starts with love bombing, and then gradually there you build up to the discard. There's disillusionment and then discard. That is when the violence begins. And then you're back to love bombing again, right? And sometimes people recognize this isn't right. This isn't healthy. I've got to get out of this. And so when they start pulling back, when they start withdrawing emotionally and maybe physically, the abuser recognizes it, says, oh, wait a minute, I'm not finished with this toy. I don't want this plaything to go away. And so they revert back to the love bombing stage. And that's what we call hoovering, sucking him back in, trying to manipulate him emotionally, make him remember how it felt when they were together initially. She's simply manipulating him in here. This is one of the only opportunities that she's going to have to try and get him back on her side emotionally. He won't take her calls. I think it's obscene what she's doing.
Not able to,
and it's
really
abusive.
show it because he wasn't. That the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner, and of course, as a woman, I was like, "Is that troubling?" And I'd ask him. No, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year, and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar. Not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar, because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then it was beautiful. It was I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had.
He's your
I felt he
monster.
understood me. I felt he understood where I came from. I felt that like when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world.
Oh, I thought he traumatized
You know,
you.
made me feel seen, made me feel.
I thought he damaged you. He's your
$1 million.
monster, Amber.
And
you called him a pussy.
that kind of
You told him to grow up.
feeling where, you know, he's just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, you know, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But
This
we weren't doing
is
normal life stuff.
bullshit.
We weren't like
It is
stuck in
abusive,
traffic
and I
with each
wish
other.
that
We
his
weren't going to the
attorneys
grocery
would
store
call
and
it
doing
out
life.
for
We
what
were,
it
like,
is.
hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes, and so we'd be one of those homes, or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say.
There's your borderline
Just
PD.
music and the kind of books that we both loved, and poetry that we both knew by heart, and it felt like a dream. It felt like,
Because it wasn't real,
absolute
Amber.
magic.
So while you're dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right?
Yeah,
While
sorry,
you're
if I didn't make that
while you're
clear, yeah.
falling in love, you're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that you ended up going to his Bahamas Island?
Yes. So shortly after, you know, we, I think, started dating October of 2011, and you know, as I mentioned, this bubble, you know, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, you know, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me, or, you know, just talking. And then he would.
Did she say painting me?
And there'd be just no way to get a hold of
God.
him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared at one point, and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and
you beat
would
him.
I join him in the Bahamas?
You
and
broke a marble stair by throwing a bottle.
And I was on a trip with a friend of mine.
Smashed his hand. You put a cigarette out on his face.
It was for the holidays,
you
and I
punched
had
him in
rerouted
the
my
head
trip so I could come and land in LA instead of, landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's.
That's your monster,
tea.
Amber. Try to remember.
Like
you have
lots of tea.
PTSD, remember?
Like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time. And I fell head over heels in love with this man.
So after the Bahamas, I assume you came back, and are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next, mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then, you know, I'd go off to work. And so would he. Well, eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid 2012. Is that right? When he was shooting that?
That sounds right. Mid 2012. Yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting.
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin. You know, I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So,
and so, what if any visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, you know, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, you know, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't, that's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Okay. And so we've heard a little testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots and it made an impression on him, and I was happy to, you know, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
You might have tried not hitting him.
Did Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
God, she is so abusive.
What if anything did you do with respect to knives during the time
She
period?
just
you were
rubbing
working
his
at
face
Lone
in it. It's
Objection
horrible.
meeting.
What if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually.
Okay, everybody
being in
knows
the
how to say
Southwest, it happens
turquoise.
really-
It's
it
not
happened really quickly.
turquoise.
I also too really love turquoise, and he has he loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a
Ricardo,
lot, and lots of it.
we don't love
So he had
Amber.
these daggers.
I'm
that
so
he'd given
sorry
me
to
that
tell
really, they
you,
were
but we
beautiful
don't.
in design. And they're, you know, long.
Ricardo,
curved
you've been sucked into the
daggers.
madness,
And
my
he
friend.
just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I, you know, thought was romantic, as funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression, the same?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He met my dad, and my dad's a big personality. He's a rowdy guy. And Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, you know, Johnny have a Southern, all of a sudden Johnny had this Southern accent and was really like buddies with him. And
He's
they
from
really
Kentucky.
seemed to get along.
Of course he has a Southern accent.
Very well. There, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns. He gave him knives. They had this,
I just
Johnny
had
just
a
really
thought.
just showered.
I just had a thought. You know how when there's somebody that's, an abuser, how the first step to this process of abuse is to gain control of the individual, the would-be victim, right? And the very first step to gaining control over the victim is to isolate the victim from all the people that might be a voice of reason. So when the abuse starts, you don't have somebody in the victim's ear saying, hey man, this isn't normal. You don't want this. Johnny Depp has got to be the only abuser in history who draws her friends and her family closer. So she's surrounded by friends and family so they can all know it when he abuses her. Amber, please be quiet. You're lying.
My dad's a working man, salt of the earth guy. And he was just like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come onto these locations. And, Johnny's this big movie star. And my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself, not if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace. And they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really
draws her closer,
found
lets her move in so that when he gets ready to abuse you,
that,
all of your protectors will be there to watch it. Amber, you know who the abuser is.
He tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special, and they did. My mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Well, Johnny's so generous and can be this really like overly generous almost, like showering you with gifts and compliments and just, and he has access and means to really, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures. And it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I relied heavily on my friends and had a pretty strong support network with them. And
so he gave
really
all your close friends gifts and brought them all in, right?
Love and light.
So you'd have your full support network around you. Girl, you had a bird nest on the ground and you destroyed all the eggs.
So going back to the filming of The Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled. Johnny at one point insisted on buying me a horse. And I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's how will I take care of that horse? It's just so
you're
extravagant.
sounding
no, of course.
surprisingly
Eventually,
like a young woman that
got a
doesn't
hold
know a
of my
damn thing about
dad
horses, actually.
And
you can buy a horse for
worked it out with my dad
$1,500.
what
Not a very
kind of
good
to
horse,
buy,
but you can
and then
still
showed
get
me a
it.
picture of this horse and said, it's yours. It's coming here. I think it was being transported, and he said, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And I grew up on my dad's horses. I grew up riding with my dad. So, I went. I had resisted for I think about.
I wonder what happened to the
him kind of
horse.
bringing up the idea and me saying, a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept to all of a sudden I had a colt.
So, so let's take you through.
You want to know the truth?
2012 and your
I
relationship.
think
Could you just describe
that Johnny Depp didn't believe her bullshit about breaking horses. Why else would he buy her a colt? I think he wanted to see if she knew what to do with it. And I think you can see her body language right there. She didn't know what in the world to do with a colt. She had no idea. She said, who's going to take care of it? Oh gosh, they have stables for that. And you pay a monthly rent for your horse, and they have people there that feed them and water them. And you can even call ahead and say, hey, I'm going to come ride at 3:00. Please have my horse saddled, ready to go. This woman, she doesn't know a damn thing about taking a young horse and training it to ride.
for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
Yeah, the salt of the earth dad is the same one that abused her.
It was always
exactly,
intense.
Sandra.
It didn't become intense. It almost started that way. When I was with him, you know, I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, you know,
it may have been the mushrooms.
Head over heels in love. And he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that, you know, I mean, and then he started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this, the point is it felt really dirty.
Then why didn't you break up with him?
Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do. And I was doing the job of an actress. It was everything every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, that's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see. You know, I wore a dress to an event once and I felt beautiful in it.
Oh, this must be where she's going to tell us how he beat her up.
In this dress I picked out, and
y'all get ready. It should be horrific.
I showed it him because you know, it's a carpet, it's red carpet. So it's like, you know, publicized. And I kind of thought it was weird. He wasn't saying anything about it. You know, I left him to go do this red carpet. And I was like, did you see?
Must be awful. She's getting all hyperventilating,
you know, the event
and all
I went
that.
to, you know, basically I felt pretty, and I thought, like, did you see that? You know, I wanted
feel
him
pretty.
to say something about that.
Oh,
I guess.
so pretty. I feel pretty and,
And,
witty and wow.
And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain.
This must be where he's going to hit
why
her.
He was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me.
Yeah.
Didn't know what I had done wrong.
Slapped you around, threw you
And
down on
when
the
I brought up
ground.
the dress and the event,
Yeah.
because it was an event to support a charity. I was
Kicked
really
you
involved
in
with
your
at the time.
head. Burned
And
you, cut you.
I said, you know, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that kid. That's how
Stuck
they'll
your
remember
hand
you.
in boiling
That's how they'll
water.
remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but it, you know, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. You know, my dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt, you know, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, you know, he's right. You know, you start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense. Of course.
I mean, the way you dress, people do get
but
ideas.
It didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it.
You know, this is a really weird thing. You think about like Barbara Streisand, or you think about Shirley MacLaine, or you think about, you know, some of these iconic kinds of actresses, right? How about like I can't think, who was that married to Nicole Kidman? Think about their clothing, about the way that they dress. Look at even Jada Pinkett Smith, right? So it's not that your clothing can like make someone rape you, right? Someone that's going to rape another person, they got a screw loose no matter what. And it really doesn't matter what you wear, because it's more about violence. It's not really about sex. But what I think Johnny Depp was trying to explain to her was, you know, when she goes on the red carpet, or she goes for any kind of photo shoot or something like that, that is part of her job, right? And so when I go to work, what's going to happen if I go to work and I wear some blue jeans that the bottom is frayed because I've been stepping on them, you know, they're too long, and been stepping them. I'm wearing an old t-shirt, maybe got my hair up in a ponytail, no makeup. And then I go in and I, you know, try to teach a college class. What kind of credibility am I going to have? It's not going to change the quality of the lesson. It doesn't change the amount of knowledge that I possess. But there is something to be said about playing a role, right? So depending, you know, and on the other hand, if I'm working with little kids, I'm doing play therapy one day, then I'm not gonna wear a pretty suit, and you know, I'm gonna be more relaxed. I can get down on the floor and I can play games and whatnot, right? So it's not that I'm saying that her clothing would make her look like a prostitute, or that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about putting out an expectation to others that you have dignity and you have self-respect and you have confidence, and therefore you want the world to treat you with dignity and respect, right? As opposed to putting yourself out there as, I'm young and I'm sexy and I'm beautiful, and it's okay if you look at me as a sex object. Would you agree? I mean, one of the outfits that I saw her wearing, you know, she should have had a camisole underneath it, because it was like rayon fabric. It was completely see-through. It wasn't just a little bit, you know, suggestive. You could actually see the dark area, you know, on her breast, her nipple area. So it's not bad. I mean, there's nothing shameful, but it definitely sends a message of, I want you to think of me as a beautiful sexual creature, right? We can be honest about what it says. And maybe, that's what Johnny Depp was saying was, do you want to be taken seriously? Do you want Hollywood, the producers and whatnot, do you want them to look at you and think about these serious, big roles? Or do you want to be just cast in these movies where you're kind of a bimbo? That kind of like the Marilyn Monroe effect, right? She got very frustrated because she wanted to be a serious actress, and they kept making her a sex object, and she didn't want that. So maybe he was being wise, maybe he was showing his age, and he was just explaining to her, you need to be careful about the message that you're putting out there, because you're wanting to have roles offered to you. So, and on the other hand, if you look at Amber Heard's history, she was experiencing the Marilyn Monroe effect. Her roles were very sexualized and lacked substance. So I don't believe, it's my opinion, a man should never be able to tell a woman what to wear. Okay. 100%. I would support that 100%. But in this very odd situation where they're such public people and there's such a limited number of roles, and he's this wise, very accomplished actor, knows the world of acting, and she's this young starlet coming up and really kind of fell into it. Maybe he really was just trying to give her something to think about, and now she is, exploiting that he was trying to do a good thing, but for the purposes of, trying to portray herself as an abused woman. How we say, a man that tells you how to dress or tells you can't wear makeup, right? Those are signs of abuse. Those are restrictive. But he's not restricting her. She went to her red carpet event, and if you see the outfit she wore, well, there wasn't much to it, but that's her business, and he let her do it. But maybe he was trying to help her, So I think it's exploitation. I do. I don't think it was intended to be controlling, but she and old Dorothy, cooked it up that this would be another good point. I'm going to say this too, real quick. With Dr. Hughes' testimony that she is so badly, disabled by her high level of PTSD, hypervigilance, and avoidant behaviors. Frankly, I'm a little surprised that given the opportunity, she hasn't told us about the beatings and how he took that knife and cut her, and how he pushed her down on the ground, and how he, slapped her because she didn't call him Mr. Heard. We're not hearing all these horrible, abusive things that happened to her. She's been up on the stand how long? And she's telling, the tale of the Little Mermaid and Eric. Yeah? It's enough. Just tell the truth about all that's happened and stop with the manipulation and the games. This is just manipulation, all of it.
And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. It loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. Is what it started with. Glass, threw glass at me. And I remember it was summer
Wait. You
and he just
threw the
threw
glass
this
at him.
across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it like very easily could have hit me. And that calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, you know, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he had done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this like wonderful, like almost like just unreal, like but real, you know, but unbelievably nice, sensitive.
No, you said it right the first time, sister.
Generous,
Unreal.
Interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved. Like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, you know, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was it's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it.
She's qualifying it because it's going to be a bald-faced lie.
It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, you know, just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it's like,
look at his
an actual
reaction.
vintage jar of it.
He can't believe the lies.
But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, you know, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said, it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking.
She's lying because she can't get it out. She takes a long time building up.
And I laughed.
When you see her kind of putting things off, I think it's because she knows she's about to tell Walker.
Because I didn't know what else to do. I thought this must be a joke.
I don't think so, Jackie. I think it's good.
A joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him. Kind of
he's getting upset
still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't. He said, you think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch? You think you're a funny bitch? And he slapped me again.
Look at the reaction. He has shown no reaction.
Clear.
He's bumfuzzled right now.
Joke anymore.
You're a liar, lady.
And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. You know, I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, what are you doing? You're crazy. I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. and he slaps me one more time. Hard.
Notice she's watching the jury to see if she's having an effect.
I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on the
overacting
carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before. And I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have till I figure out what I need to do? Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with.
Oh, see, she's looking over at the defense for help. She knows that the jury's not buying it.
You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because they.
You're the one that hits people, lady.
I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave.
Are we seeing a glistening tear?
And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. I was just looking at the dirty carpet trying to will myself.
You did not. Oh my God.
To walk out of the door because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. Christ. It's done. But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos. Like every day. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that.
Wait a minute. Did she really just say, I've seen the health class videos? What does that mean? I've seen the health class video. So getting beat up is now like getting your period? Is what? Oh my God. Okay. So she's telling the story of the first time that he hits her. And she talks about that she was just sitting there thinking, looking at the dirty carpet and then thinking about those health class videos that said if he hits you, you have to leave. I'm in shock. It is so weird, Bebop. Thank you. I was really beginning to think I was the only one confused by I've seen the health class videos. Yeah, but they don't talk about like domestic violence. They teach you about your period or, the reproductive cycle, the hell, what? God, and the dirty carpet comment. Yeah. It's so cringy. It's more cringy. It's so cringy. It's so, she, I hate to say this, y'all. I think she may be a very bad actress. Is that, that's such a weird, I'm amazed. I've seen the health class videos. Wow.
That I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car, I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window.
Sharknado.
And I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because.
Okay, so let me understand this, okay? So he slaps her not once, not twice, but thrice, correct? And she falls down on a dirty carpet. And then she stands up, and now he's down on the dirty carpet. And he's saying, I thought I did it. I thought I put the monster away. And he's sobbing. And he's talking about some monster and how he's going to put it away again. And so Amber says, okay, well, I'm going to go sit outside in the cold car. And he says, okay. What? So he hits you, and then he's hysterical, crying. He's on his knees, begging, grabbing frantically on your hands, begging you not to abandon him in his time of need. And the monster's loose again. And you say, well, I got to go get in the car. And he says, oh, okay. Okay, that'd be good. Now's a good time. I need some time by myself, honey. No, Amber, what you're saying isn't real. Oh my God.
And I sat there for a long time.
Wow.
I eventually turned the key and drove home.
Jackie Blue, thank you so much. You're a sweetheart, and you're way too generous. Your commentary is cathartic. Thank you. I watched today. You're making
I don't know
me stay up too late.
I don't remember.
Thank
what
you,
I did when
Jackie.
got
I
home.
appreciate it.
I don't remember. I went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I
sustain as to what she meant.
Oh my God, Lady
went
Rebel.
home,
I
and
can't.
a few days later,
it's just too much.
Started
It's
getting
too much.
I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts.
I
from
don't think
Johnny,
so. Happy. I can't even know.
Apologizing profusely. I mean, just, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, and he had
Is
that
she
way
gonna
of talking. It felt like poetry.
say that he cut his finger off?
And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that
she's a bad
he
actress.
Understood I could never forgive him, and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or yeah, we'll talk. I think I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple of cases actually of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about. Which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never at that time dream of affording, and we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he had put this thing away. He had killed the fucker is what he
Kill that
said to me
fucker.
over and over again, put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him. So I chose to.
It's just not real. That if it was even remotely credible, there's no way I'd be laughing. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I did. I believed it.
Cinnamon.
I believed it wouldn't. I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
Oh, there are tapes, Lisa. Yes,
So you
ma'am.
stayed,
There are
right? You
tapes.
stayed in the relationship.
And they have been admitted into evidence.
So is this a good time? You want to
You can keep going a little longer. please.
Yeah, let's
So
keep
could
going.
you please
Because we
describe
can't
for the
believe
jury,
this.
The
Yeah, the
evolution of the
ninjas and
relationship
the
after
Jodi
that
Arias
time.
trial. Yeah, Teresa.
I don't.
God.
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost
Scarlet.
He'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. What I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else. And then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love. Like
Sick,
kind,
romantic love?
Sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? If I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row. And when I came back, he was angry at me, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate.
Exactly,
to the point where
Karen.
he'd push me.
Absolutely.
Or
velvety love, right?
And
there's your
this happened
borderline.
several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again and shove me back down. Eventually, he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him. And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry.
What number?
Defendants 1783.
1783. Thank you.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes. As embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a different way.
Thank
you. Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have.
Boy, Johnny Depp's furious. He's furious. God, she's incredible. I wonder if she knows that she's probably never going to get another movie again. I wonder what the attorneys are looking at.
Would you please describe for the jury some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012?
So in 2012, the violence was pretty, relative to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from.
He backhanded
it went
you?
from this eggshell kind of,
God.
you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person.
You want to know why this is so bad? I don't mind saying this. Let me tell you why this is so bad. This is so bad because there are people out there who really are being abused, who really are being beaten, where, being in their own home is a dangerous, precarious situation. There are, tonight, while we're sitting here watching this, kind of, being incredulous at her hubris and audacity, there have been countless numbers of people just in Houston, Texas alone that have shown up in an emergency room somewhere to get treatment because their husband or partner beat them up. Whether it's a man or a woman, I don't care. But when a victim of violence, domestic violence, shows up and says, I need help, we have to be able to believe them. It's not believe at all cost. It's not, oh, okay, well, if you have ovaries, we're going to believe you. No. You see this guy, you can see the trauma on him. You can see the scars on him. They're real. And then you listen to this bullshit about how, oh, I had to wear the right clothes. He made fun of my clothes. He slapped me 3 times into the dirty carpet because I said, what does that tattoo say? And then as he's pleading and begging, I need to take a little break. And so he just says, in a very compliant way. Oh, sure, go right on. Go ahead and go sit in your car so you can marvel at your, the steam from your breath against the cold window. That didn't happen. That's not reality. It didn't happen. You're not going to have PTSD to where you're in the top 2% of the worst cases of PTSD in this country, and then come into a courtroom and sit with it just feet with your monster in front of you, the person that threatened your life time and time again, and giggle and teeter and recall the sweetness of your falling in love days. Absolutely not. You're going to be terrified and nauseated. You are going to be looking for safety anywhere you can find it, and you will have your side turned to that person. You will keep your eyes focused on the other side of the courtroom. You know how I know that? Because I've seen people do it a million times. When they are on the stand testifying, they are shivering their whole bodies. They are gulping and they are sobbing. And when somebody says, tell us what happened to you, they don't talk about all the sweet love and all the beginning. They start with, he put a knife to my throat.
That was a person I had had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse.
So who remembers the testimony where the therapist, in her it was in a deposition, but it was her speaking, and she said Johnny Depp could not hold on to the conversation when Amber was in the room, that she dominated him. Who remembers that? That Amber Heard dominated him because she speaks so quickly, and she has just rapid fire speech, and she talks so fast, and he's very thoughtful, and it takes him a minute to form his answers and his words, and he couldn't keep up. This therapist even said that Amber Heard dominated her when it was just she and Amber meeting. Do y'all remember that? And what did Amber Heard just say? That Johnny Depp was just using words and just bombarding her with words and changing the topic. As soon as he said one topic, change it to another, and she was just overwhelmed. Hold on a minute, Amber. That's called projection. You are the one doing that to him. And the reason we know that is because the therapist sat in a room with you two together, and she watched Amber dominate Johnny Depp. He couldn't keep up. She berated him with words to the point that he got overwhelmed, and he had to get up and go for a timeout. He had to get up, go outside, and calm himself, because she was just hammering him with words, accusations, and words, just like we heard on the audio recordings. You don't have to have Dr. Hughes tell you what to believe. You don't need Dr. Hughes to be a human tape recorder where she has recorded all of Amber's stupid lies and then tell them to you and say, oh, yeah, that's expert witness. That woman did not give expert witness. We are not human tape recorders. You are supposed to report on your findings. This woman is destroying this guy and all of the people that love him, like his children. And she has zero empathy or awareness. She has no idea that anyone is being hurt except her.
I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash things very close to me. And then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me or I try to hit his hands away from me. I tried to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was.
She knows that the jury's not believing her.
I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. It was,
now
something else.
Now she's trying to describe
up,
dissociation.
Look at him,
this is unbelievable.
Try to stand up to him that way. Later,
Dr. Hughes,
other kind of
you were wrong to coach
deal
this
with
girl.
it, but at the time in 2012, it was he'd have this blowout.
Oh, that's what it
and then
seems
he
like
would
happened.
leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times, and then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life.
Now, those could be
with the
stories that
combination of
she
him being
remembered from her
sober
childhood
and
with her
having gone through
dad.
This horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that. And it would feel great. And we would be good again.
A solve or a salve?
Extra nice and extra apologetic and
that
extra
must have
loving.
been something that they handed her in a script to learn. It's not a solve.
The warm glow. And
warm glow.
Eventually it'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on.
You had to look for clues? I thought he's beating you. What do you mean you're looking for clues?
From Johnny and opiates. Johnny and opiates, very different from.
That's amazing.
Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different.
Yeah, that's sort of like,
but
I
had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him.
Quaaludes.
2012, I was in the beginning stages
in
of this, just learning
2020?
these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you?
I wonder what cocaine Amber is like compared to wine Amber.
I think she
Objection
can
hearsay?
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Maybe Laura. Yeah, that would make sense.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
It's not working, Amber. Oh, he has absolutely been through hell. It's heartbreaking. And I don't think, let me be clear too, I don't think that Johnny Depp is this good guy who's got it all together and, no. I think they're both flawed human beings. I think we all are on some level. And I think, we don't really know what either one of us would be like if we had, nearly $1 billion. Remember, he thought he had $1 billion and he realized that he had lost 650 million. So that only left him 350 million. Okay. So, but still, we don't know what that kind of money, how it would change things. Right. I mean, if you drink a couple of wines, couple of bottles or glasses of wine at night now, then you might drink a bottle every night if you got several $1 million and you don't have a regular job you go to. So I think both of them grew up in very difficult, trauma-laden homes when they were young. I think that had has a direct correlation to this dramatic type of relationship style. Okay, I get all that. But the reality is that this young woman is manipulating a situation in a way that is making, what may be an unhealthy environment, making it absolutely untenable. She hurt his children. She hurt the people, the co-workers, the people that helped him run his life, his security and whatnot. They've all been damaged. His friends are sad and heartbroken. They have watched so much chaos and drama with her hitting him and beating on him and breaking things. They witnessed it. So far on Amber's case, all we know is what Amber says. And I don't care if it's Dr. Hughes telling you what Amber says, or it's the therapist telling you what Amber says, or Amber telling you what Amber says. That's all we know. So far, there has not been not one single witness that saw something. Even her own personal assistant was called for Johnny Depp's side because she saw Amber's behavior, and it was aggressive and violent and abusive. It's really terrible. It's terrible.
Why did you decide to confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp?
What?
I think I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him, even though this was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
That sustains to compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner. So I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house. Typically, in a secretive way, and then he'd come to mine in a secretive way, and it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing, and then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently. First I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage.
What about your
Objection, Your
rage,
Honor.
lady?
Hearsay. May we approach, please?
God. Didn't she already say that once? Didn't she already do the rage? The rage. Didn't she already do that? Isn't that something that she did at the beginning? All right. Okay, peeps. You know what time it is? Oh my God. It is nearly 1 a.m. and I have work in a few hours. Well, this was it is. She totally pulled a Gone Girl. In my opinion, my conspiracy theory, my tinfoil hat wearing self, it looks like to me that she totally set him up. And this is not the end she wanted, but I do think that she set him up. So it's kind of crazy. But we'll learn more tomorrow, right? So, okay, y'all are awesome. Y'all were like troopers going through basically 2 days worth of testimony just to help me get caught up. So thank you. I appreciate it. And it is very late, Jackie Blue. Anybody else that has to work tomorrow, we are going to feel yucky. So, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Cinnamon, everybody, Quintessence, Jackie Blue. Thank y'all. Y'all are so kind and you're awesome. I appreciate y'all so much. If you don't mind me asking, please either thumbs up or thumbs down before you leave. That helps a lot. And then, if you want to, you can subscribe. Obviously, you don't have to. All right. I will be back. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow night because tomorrow is a 12-hour day. So probably we'll come straight in and go straight to bed. But Friday for certain. All right. So I'll see you guys Friday for sure. All right. Talk to you later. Y'all have good dreams. Bye.